here, having lost against Jordan, what do you think? What does he need to do differently to beat Alireza?
I think he doesn't really need to do much differently. He already beat Alireza many times before, even in the candidates. I think what Hikaru needed is just to beat the jet lag, because he arrived the same day as he was playing yesterday. So it's really tough to be playing this, to be waking up this early and to be having this tense switch in time zones. But I'm sure it's going to be improving, and yeah, uh, wishing the best. What? There is something written behind Hikaru on the board. Can you see? Let's go, Heat and Part Panthers. Panthers, yeah, let's go Panthers. Yeah, that's the reference to sports. Florida sports teams, Heat and Panthers, #1 NBA and NHL. That's cool. I guess Hikaru wrote that.
uh, he seems to be playing from. It's not a hotel room or anything like that, but he is playing from Norway. You said because he's playing in the Norway chess tournament next week. But he seems to have some special accommodations for his Champions Chess Tour play, and also making sure to support his favorite Florida teams.
I am suspecting he might be playing from the same place where I was streaming in February, the first event, from the actual studio where the broadcast is filmed for Champions Chess Tour, because they have obviously great internet and computer and everything you can use. So I don't recognize the room, but I think it's the same place. It could be the same place.
People in chat saying Hikaru is still looking jet lagged. I think
Yes.
the second day is going to be much easier to deal with after traveling than the first one. But of course, his
Mhm.
opposition today is incredibly strong. Let's talk a little bit about Alireza Firouzja, this Iranian player who now has moved to France. He was dubbed to be the next great player, even getting the praises of Magnus Carlsen.
Mhm.
But lately, Alireza has been making more headlines on wanting to expand his interests beyond chess, and and maybe even wanting to pursue a career in fashion. Uh,
Mhm.
do you have any inside info on this newest trend that has led Alireza to not play as often in the past year as we have been used to seeing him?
Oh, no, I don't have any insider info. I'm afraid, unfortunately, although I was based in France for a bit now, I was not close enough to know anything. But to be honest, when I saw him in Bucharest for the Grand Chess Tour, I didn't notice any changes in his attire to back his claims that he's interested in fashion.
Oh,
So
so you didn't see any kind of fashion things that
no,
you thought were impressive enough to back up
yeah.
his claims. Wow. So you're judging his fashion sense to say that, maybe he's not so serious about fashion after all.
Well, I'm quite interested in fashion. So when I was going to Bucharest, I was actually pretty excited to see him. I was like, I wanted to see what changed, because like the person who is one of the best and praised by many as the future world champion in the world, For him to say that he is less interested in chess than in fashion, I was very looking forward to see like how he will be dressed. But from my point of view, nothing really changed. Like he looked just as the same as all other players.
And
So
would
maybe
you
I'm not so
agree?
good at.
Yeah, no, I have a question in that regard. Because my sister, she's not a fantastic chess player, but she does have opinions about chess players. And she
Mhm.
has told me, as an analysis of the top level kind of scene, that she thinks chess players in general have poor fashion sense. Is that something you would concur with?
I would say chess players usually don't have any fashion sense.
Not any. Okay. Well, we do know fashions in chess openings, but maybe not for our clothes. The first game of the day has kicked off. A reminder to everyone that in the losers bracket, we're only playing 2 game matches. So yesterday we saw 4 games from Hikaru. This time it's only going to be 2. Hikaru starts off with the white pieces going for the king pawn opening, but here Ali Reza goes for the French defense, which, speaking of chess fashion, was played in the World Championship between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. So maybe this is a chess fashion statement from the youngster.
Maybe. I'm looking forward to see more statements from him. So far, actually, Livon is the player whom I always praise for his fashion choices. He's always bespoke dressed, and definitely one to pay attention to if you are yourself interested in some really cool designs.
So I should copy my white openings from Wojtaszek and my clothes from Levon Avronyan. That's what I'm hearing. We
Well,
need to
if you
pick.
like that style, of course, it's individual.
Well, oh, I thought just good fashion sense is good fashion sense. We've got an interesting start to this game. Hikaru plays a very unusual move too, a c4, where normally white just pushes d4 to get both those pawns controlling in towards the center.
Mhm.
And here we see Alireza trying to exploit Hikaru's move order by going c5. And suddenly, this is no longer a French defense. This has become a Sicilian.
Yeah, so not so much of a fashion opening. It's just a very sharp opening. So Alireza is going for the kill then. Hikaru did seem quite annoyed with that move, but then pretty quickly blitzed out all the moves.
Yeah, so far we've had Hikaru trying to get what is known as the Maroxy bind. Essentially, these 2 pawns working together to control, especially this d5 square. Alireza, on the other hand, is saying, yes, you may have more aggressive pawns in the center, but I have more pawns in the center. Icarus are 2 and they're aggressive, whereas Olivresas are 3. They outnumber the one, but are cautious in their placement.
Mhm. So what do you think Hikaru will go for here?
Um, I guess in general, with these kinds of positions, you want to start out just developing. So I guess
Mhm.
bishop out
Oh,
and king to safety. But instead, Hikaru plays queen to d3. This is a very intriguing move. Because now, if Alireza moves his bishop out to try and attack down towards the white king, there's potential for Hikaru to maybe start attacking with his queen against 2
mhm.
undefended black pawns at the same time.
Yeah, that's also very sharp. So he goes first for an attack and then will continue with developing, I suppose. So that promises to be a very sharp game.
And I mean, neither player surely could have expected this opening. Hikaru playing 2c4, that's uncommon. But also
Mm-hmm.
Alireza playing the French, that was certainly unexpected. But I guess he
Mm-hmm.
is representing the French flag right now, so it makes some sense. I did see Magnus Carlsen the other day. He played the Polish opening in Poland against a Pole. And I don't know if this kind of deciding on your chess openings based on your current location, is that going to be a thing?
Oh, I guess he just wanted to have this fun moment. I guess he didn't really know which one he prefers to play, so he just kind of tossed a coin by picking by the country. That makes sense.
In either case, the French is no more. It has become a Sicilian instead. And here Hikaru is offering to trade off the two bishops opposing each other in the center. This black bishop is usually a very, very good piece. And that's why Hikaru is prioritizing getting that one off the board. But Alireza, after having traded off his best piece, he comes in with his most valuable one. Queen to b6 sees the queen attacking both the b2 pawn, but also offering a trade with Hikaru's queen, trying to go for an endgame.
Yeah, and if Hikaru takes on b6, which probably won't happen, Alireza is hoping to bring his pawn on a7 to b6, connecting the pawns and improving his pawn structure going into the endgame. So here Hikaru probably will consider moving the queen away and probably also defending the pawn on b2. So queen d2 seems like a logical move. Queen
Queen
c1 is
d2.
also possible.
Yeah, queen d2, avoiding the queen trade and protecting the pawn under attack seems sensible, but at the same time, that means Alireza managed to get his queen in a better position while forcing Hikaru to spend a move, retreating his queen in return. So a logical
Yeah.
play so far from both players here.
Yeah, definitely some decision to make here, whether to give up a tempo, but keeping the position somewhat complex, or to go into the endgame and simplifying it, but with a tempo in his pocket. So Hikaru is
Hikaru is
still
spending a lot
no.
of time on this decision.
He spent all his advantage. He had about 2 minute advantage on the clock, but it's still not very critical. I guess it's one of the critical moments in the position in the game to determine whether. Oh, he did take.
He goes for the
He
queen
decided to
trade.
go. He decided to keep that tempo. He decided to try to outplay him in the end game. Well, it's still probably technically middle game, or do you think we can call it an end game already?
It's endgame
I know last time you
adjacent.
didn't know.
Yeah,
It's a
no,
very
and
philosophical.
I would call this an endgame, but I don't think Hikaru has a lot to be happy about here. Because one of the major problems in this position is that a lot of white's pawns are located on the light squares. And when you have a bishop that's also on the light squares, it means that your pawns are likely to block the bishop's path and prevent the bishop from really showcasing its full potential. So I gotta say, I'm not super impressed by this. And I feel like the opening has been a success for Alireza so far.
Yeah, he definitely fixed all his problems out of the opening without much issue. The only maybe disadvantage of his position is the awkward stance of the pawns, like b6, c6, and d6. They are not defending each other, albeit be all connected. That he will need to find a way how to regroup them, maybe, because
Well,
Hikaru immediately goes for attacking d6.
sure, but I feel like in many situations, having the pawns next to each other is the most beneficial formation. In general, you want to make sure that you have some pawns on dark squares and some on light squares. And here, because they're standing next to each other, they're working together very nicely, controlling both the dark squares in the position, but also having control of the light squares. And I mean, if you were to move one of them forward, then sure, they would be protecting each other. But at the same time, then you would lose this very key control of the light squares. So in general, I do feel like pawns are better when they're standing next to each other. And that's also kind of why I would like to see Hikaru do something like g3, trying to go f4. He wants to have the pawns standing next to each other and having control both of the light squares and the dark squares.
So basically, the pawns on b6, c6, and d6 are equal to pawns at the starting position. That's what you mean.
Yeah, pretty much. Like these three pawns on the king side are quite similar to these three pawns on the queen side. The pawns on the on the queen side have advanced one step forward, but they're still working together very nicely. And then we see Hikaru adopting for a different strategy altogether, where he focuses on having the pawns protecting each other up the board, which is also a very good strategy. But here it has the disadvantage of placing every single pawn on the same square as your bishop.
Yeah, trading that bishop is probably an ideal scenario for Hikaru here.
Yeah, I mean,
How
to
to do
me,
that?
it looks like Hikaru might end up under some pressure here on account of the bishop not being able to contribute effectively to the fight.
So g5 happened. So Alireza probably is trying to prevent any ideas in the future, like you said, with g3 f4. So maybe Hikaru needs to respond to that with h4, immediately poking that pawn on g5.
Huh, interesting play. Alireza is just rushing his pawns forward. Now he has the forwardmost pawn on the entire board, and he may continue further forward with more pawns on that side of the board. Hikaru really needs to start making some threats of his own. I would love to see Hikaru push his pawns up on the opposite flank.
Yeah, absolutely. That he cannot sit and wait with this position and having his bishop so inactive on d3. He did not even bring the second rook on d1 to continue to attack the pawn on d6 as he probably planned to.
Yeah. His bishop is struggling, being restricted by his own pawns. But I will say that this maneuver, knight to d1, looks very sensible. Looks like a great move. This knight will be even better on e3. It's more central. And it's also eyeing towards squares like this f5 square, which is a square where there are no black pawns that's able to attack that square. And oftentimes, that's the kind of outposts we want to search for our pieces and our knights in particular. Find locations where they're protected by a pawn, but also none of the opponent's pawns can kick us away afterwards. The problem is that while Hikaru does that with his knight, there's also potential for the black knight to do a similar thing. This guy would maybe want to go to the d4 square or maybe to the f4 square, which is similar positionings where it would be difficult for the opponent to kick you out.
Indeed, although for his knight, I struggle to find a maneuvering way how to get on any of those squares. He would probably need to move away his bishop first.
Well, right
But
now
yeah.
I do like this h4 move because it opens up the potential for the pawn to make for the knight to make its way to this f4 square. And this g3 move also I really like from Alireza. The idea is that it now becomes impossible for white to play g3, and g3 was the only way the white pawns could control this f4 square. So by black playing g3, Hikaru will now probably, I would say he would probably take and go f3, something like this, maybe not blunder the rooks opening up against each other along the side rank. But then the knight trying to get to the f4 square will be quite powerful for Alireza. So at the moment, Alireza is the one being aggressive. The last couple of moves he's spent just pushing his pawns up on the right side of the board, and it is he who has the initiative right now.
Yeah, these pawns definitely are marching through, and yeah, he seems to be also playing against this rook on h1 being unprotected. So for Hikaru, it's now a question whether he will bring back the rook to d1 to defend the rook on h1, or if he's going to trade. But if he trades, then he opens the h file for the opponent. So before trading the pawns on
in general, I just think it's a difficult decision for Hikaru now. I think he doesn't really have a good option. I do believe he's gonna end up capturing the pawn. No, he doesn't. He plays f3, so he goes for a protection first kind of strategy, with the pawns looking out for one another.
Yeah, so he for now has to just accept the fact that his bishop is like a pawn without any chances of playing any significant role in the position. But at the same time, what does black do next? Okay, they have this idea with knight h5, knight f4. He will just move the bishop away. Otherwise, everything is defended. So maybe he will need to activate his rook on a8 somehow by doubling the rooks or bringing it to g8. What do you think is the best here for black?
I mean, I would play knight h5. It is the plan we talked about, trying to get that knight further up the board and to a placement where it cannot be kicked away. But yeah, like you said, rook to g8 also makes a lot of sense, trying to have this rook pointing down, supporting the two pawns you have advanced on that right side of the board. The position is not like Hikaru's not losing. He's under pressure, but we saw him under pressure yesterday winning a game he had no business winning. So this is the kind of defensive maneuvering where Hikaru really excels and has shown his abilities already this tournament, winning game 2 against Jordan van Foreest yesterday. So I do think Hikaru's position right now is unpleasant, but I do not think he's going to lose, because he has shown time and time again how good he is at defending when necessary.
I just thought of a funny line here for black. I think h3 is possible. I don't think it gives any advantage, but I just thought about this funny line where white takes on g3, black captures on g2, and if white captures the rook instead of capturing back, black can promote to a queen even.
Yeah, and even actually, though the white rooks can continue capturing the black rooks, because this queen now gets to capture the knight, this would just be awful for Hikaru. So that advance that started earlier on here, like in this position, Alireza started playing g5, and the next couple of moves, he's done nothing but just push those two pawns on the side forward. But now he kind of felt this was the end of the road for the pawns, having advanced so far up the board. Now he's getting the knight into position, trying to get the knight to the f4 square.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess in that line, the response would be not to take the rook, but to move the rook away, and then there is no advantage for black. But yeah, it's still funny. Okay, the chat is informing us that one Foreest blundered a rook.
Yesterday in that game, Hikaru won.
Oh, okay. I was already like, why cannot he blunder against Hikaru? Why he has to blunder today?
Well, he did. He did, and that's what chat was talking about. Fun Foreest will be playing Dmitry Kollars today. That game will start after Hikaru has finished his match against Alireza. Okay, here we see Hikaru just opting for a purely defensive strategy. He has allowed the black knight to get to an amazing position. He's allowed the black pawn to get way up the board. But Hikaru makes the argument that you've gotten this far, but you're not getting further. The white pawns are defending each other in the center. And look at how both the white knight and the white bishop and the white rook, all of these pieces are defending the white pawn that's the furthest back, what we often call the base of the pawn chain. And that means that all these pieces are kind of protecting each other. And so Hikaru's not too concerned about black making a breakthrough here. Now, on the other hand, Hikaru's making the argument that I've stopped all of your aggression on the king side, and instead now it's my turn to start pushing the pawns forward on the opposite side of the board.
Yeah, he even has a small advantage on the queen side, the majority of the pawns, because of the pawn a4 being not opposed by anything else. So he will be trying to create a passer there. But of course,
I mean, he's going to try, but I'm not sure Alireza is going to allow that. Hikaru opts for a slightly more cautious approach here, not being too aggressive, pushing all those pawns forward on account of them potentially being then attacked by the black rooks. We could see here that if Hikaru was very aggressive with the pawns, then this could land him in quite some trouble. With the white king having to move up.
Is even possible.
Yeah,
is b5 possible?
I don't know, but here for Hikaru to defend the pawn on a4, he would need to move his king up, and then it would be uncomfortable having the king on the same diagonal as black's bishop. So that's why Hikaru chose to be a bit more cautious with his pawns on the queen side. And I do think this game is not going to last for too much longer. I think we're at sort of an impasse at this stage. Neither player can really improve their positioning without damaging their own situation.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course, you're right. We already have one weakness on g2 that we have to take care of, and it's a well-known fact that having two weaknesses is usually enough for the opponent to win the game. So creating another weakness on a4 would be probably a fatal mistake here. So that's why Hikaru is also being cautious.
The big question now is whether Alireza can try to push his pawn forward in the center on the next move. Notice how both players are absolutely dominating with their control of the d5 square. Hikaru had lots of pieces pointed towards it, but that is very much also the case for Alireza, with his pawn, his bishop, his knight, and both his rooks trying to help that pawn step forward. With his latest move, Hikaru actually moved his rook away from protecting that d5 square, but his intention is that he now wants to try and put pressure and attack in towards the e5 pawn instead. Something like this, I would imagine. And then if there's massive trades, White's rook is now putting some pressure in towards that final black pawn in the middle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also the pawn on g3 will be sooner or later attacked by the white rook. And also he will try to create that passer on the a file as well.
So Alireza, he decides to just give some extra protection to that pawn in the middle. And then Hikaru just steps back with his rook, realizing that he can't really make any progress, and making the argument that, well, Alireza can't really make any progress either.
So yeah, just waiting. Yeah, it doesn't look like Alireza can find any progress. Although knowing him, of course, he can find some um, unorthodox approach, like we saw yesterday, where he sacrificed the piece on h7. But here, I don't think any sacrifices. Oh, d5. He did decide to
Alireza
try.
does try to win this game. Essentially, that's what this d5 move is saying. I want to win. I don't want to just sit here going back and forth. I want to be the aggressor and pushing my pieces forward.
Yeah, so now likely a lot of trades will happen. And probably you call the position which will arise.
Yeah, but
Right,
it becomes a
players are.
very interesting situation because these black pawns are advanced quite far. And it might be tricky for Hikaru trying to get rid of these pawns. On the other hand, Hikaru has the potential. He has the 2 versus 1 on the left side of the board. So he might try to push his pawns up and try to get a new queen on that flank.
Yeah, true, but at least Hikaru now got his bishop to become more active. Although with his pawns being on f3 and g2, it's probably also a potential weakness against the light squared bishop. If the bishop moves away from f1, some sacrifices on f3 even become possible.
Yeah, so notice how all of black's pawns are on dark squares. And so when Hikaru has a light squared bishop, that means he's not ever in a position to attack any of the black pawns. But as Maria said, 2 of Hikaru's pawns are on light squares and don't really have an option of getting off those light squares. And when both players have a light squared bishop, that's a bit of a problem because that means these pawns are vulnerable to Alireza's bishop, while none of Alireza's pawns are vulnerable to Hikaru's one.
Yeah, again, trading the light square bishop is an ideal situation here for Hikaru. But of course, Alireza, being fully aware of his advantage in this case, is not going to allow this. So Hikaru is considering now whether to trade the knight on d5. He probably has to, really, because this knight is quite strong. And the outpost on f4 is still the case.
Yeah, so if Hikaru avoids the trade, which he did, knight to c4, aiming at that b6 pawn, I was going to say if the knight avoids the trade, then the black knight can get back to the f4 square, targeting this g2 pawn. But Hikaru made sure that's not possible because he's making the pressure in towards the b6 pawn. So Hikaru is making sure that the black knight cannot move away from its current post without then giving up his own Black's pawn.
Yeah, so
And
far I didn't call any
Alireza,
of Hikaru's moves.
sorry.
So far I did not guess any of Hikaru's moves today.
Yeah, rook h8 from Alireza, that sees this rook maybe going all the way down in the corner, really just getting in there, trying to annoy Hikaru by establishing itself way into enemy territory. Hikaru now pushes his 2 versus 1 pawns on the queen side, just getting those pawns closer to becoming a new queen. This game has become extremely tense right now, with both players having some advantages. Black's advantage very much to do with this pawn on g3, having only 2 steps away from becoming a new queen if you somehow manage to eliminate this key white defensive pawn.
Yeah, a lot of tactical blows are possible in such situations where the black will potentially even sacrifice a piece for the pawn by playing like taking on f3 or bishop h3. Lots of patterns are possible there, but so far it's too far away. But yeah, his idea is to play rook h1, pinning the bishop on f1. Oh, no, he just changed his mind.
Yeah, no, he went. I thought he was going into this corner, and then boom, he changed his mind and went in the complete opposite corner. A very different plan here from Alireza, just trying to target the white pawn on a4. And Hikaru is now down to less than a minute on the clock. A reminder to everyone, they're just getting 3 additional seconds per move that's being made. So right now, Hikaru is in massive time trouble. The rook gets in the corner from white as well, just trying to defend its buddy on a4. Alireza with a minute time advantage, but he's getting low on time as well. This is going to be a scramble, and we know Hikaru is amazing at time scrambles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the lower the time goes, the better Hikaru becomes at confusing opponents and shuffling the pieces with the speed of light. But of course, Alireza is also. Oh, what just happened? A5.
A5 from Hikaru. Hikaru's pushing that 2 versus 1 situation. He's trying to get a passed pawn on the flank, now going for the trade of the rooks while also attacking the knight in the center of the board. Hikaru wants to have a trade of rooks here because then he can advance his pawn even further forward, but without having black's rooks stop the pawn in its path.
But there is some tactics here that computer sees, but maybe Alireza will not see.
Well, computer is
rook
suggesting
b8.
rook b8, but that doesn't make any sense because then Hikaru can capture the knight in the middle. Instead, Alireza does accept the trade of the rooks on the flank. Hikaru gets what he was trying to do. He has that pawn further up the board. Alireza with his knight now trying to target the g2 pawn, the last remaining piece of the puzzle that could allow the black pawn from pushing further forward. Hikaru decides on a defensive stance for the knight to defend towards g2, and now Alireza using his rook to give a check on the king. We might see a draw here with this white king struggling to get away from the black rook.
It looks like it's going to be a draw now because there is no point for any of them to risk. And
both players down at 20 seconds on the clock, and both players then feel like they might as well agree to a draw in what has been a tense game. A draw has been confirmed. They go back and forth 3 times. And that means this match only has 1 game remaining, and it's going to be Hikaru with the black pieces in that one.
Yeah, meanwhile, the parallel match, the game is still going. It's between Jules Mussard and Alexander Shemanov, and the winner of this match will be facing the winner of the match between Hikaru and Alireza.
We
So
see
let's have a
here
look.
that Alexander Shimanov with black pieces has an extra pawn in this game. So that should give him decent chances to win. Both players have only 1 minute left on the clock, with Shimanov thinking away most of that time right here and now.
Yeah, and by the way, this game also started as a French defense, but it was Alexander who played French against the French.
Two French players involved in this Champions Chess Tour, both of them involved in the French defense. But right now, it does seem as though Jules Mozart, despite being down a pawn, I find it unlikely that he's going to lose this game. In fact, I'm starting to worry about this black king. There's a white bishop pointing towards the king. Right now, the king is safe because there's two pawns blocking that diagonal for the bishop. But Mozart is planning to go f5, which will try to eliminate some of these defenses. Pawn to f5 will see white being the attacker and having the optimally placed pieces to attack, with the bishop pointing down on the king.
Yeah, very active position for Zhou, and it's definitely worth a pawn. He is indeed going for a 5, and it's also quite worth mentioning that his king, despite being in a sort of strange setup, is quite safe there, which is quite unusual. But the king on h3 seems to be safer than the king on g8.
And now there's a blunder. There's a blunder. Queen to g6.
Oh,
Shimanov thought that he was getting the queen back into defense, but here the bishop sacrifice. Bishop takes f7, deflects the black queen away so that the white queen afterwards may do a double attack on the king and on the rook. And not only is that a double attack, the king, when it moves away, there will be another double attack on the king and on the bishop. In a matter of just 2 moves, Shimanov loses all of his pieces, and it's Jules Mozart, who was down a pawn in the position when we got into it. He's the one who wins the game.
Wow. Yeah, the position definitely proved to be much trickier than it looked for Shimanov to defend. And soon, sure enough, he did blunder and lost 2 pieces in just 2 moves and resigned immediately.
And
Yeah,
great play
what a
here,
game.
sacrificing the bishop from the Frenchman. He gets a deserved brilliant on that bishop takes f7, getting the queen back so that his own queen may do the double attack afterwards. Well done for him. And we're going to take a break now to be back for game 2 of these matches. It's do or die for Hikaru Nakamura. He needs to win this match against Alireza Firouzja. If not, he is out of this ChessKid Cup of the Champions Chess Tour. So stay tuned as we watch the
See you
next
soon.
events unfold. Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer, and together with me, Maria Emilianova, we're going to guide you through this exciting match between Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja in the ChessKid Cup, a part of the Champions Chess Tour. And Maria, after that draw in the first game, this might be the last game for one of these players. If we have a winner now, the loser is out of the tournament. Both of these players lost yesterday, and they have to win now to stay in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Could be a very short day and a short tournament for one of them. Obviously, we don't want Hikaru gone, but to be honest, seeing Alireza disappearing would be also a shame because he's such an always exciting player to watch. But of course, we all know where our heart lies. So yeah, all in for Hikaru. Hikaru is playing with black. Let's see.
Yeah, and what an opening. I saw someone in chat call this before the first game and said maybe we'll get a Gucci piano with Alireza playing. Now, I do understand that my pronunciation of this gnocchio, I called it Gucci piano. And I think it's very suitable, a name with Alireza playing with the white pieces. The slow Italian with D3. Gucci piano. I'm just going to keep calling it that. And with Alireza's comments about how he wants to get into fashion, I can certainly see how he wants to play the Gucci piano.
Yeah, and he is even being called Gucci Reza, which is quite fitting. Yeah, indeed. But did you also call it gnocchi? I
Well,
think you tried to pronounce it.
maybe you want to inform people what the proper pronunciation is.
It's Gioco. Gioco
Gioco,
piano.
Gioco, whatever. From now on, it's Gucci, Gucci piano.
The Louis Vuitton. Yeah, Prada piano.
It just
Okay, we have a
fits.
lot of. La
And we
buona partita. Yeah. Actually, it's Gioco. Gioco is also to play in Italian, so it's very fitting. Gnocchi pizza. No, that's too much. Gnocchi pizza is like bread with bread. Anyway, let's have a look at the position that we got.
Yeah, Hikaru, with his latest move, is trying to trade off the bishops. And Alireza says, no trade for you. I want to keep all the pieces on the board, making the argument that white's pawns are slightly more aggressively placed than their black counterparts. So here we can see white has good control with the pawns in the center. And then if we look at black's same kind of strategy, we can see that because this black pawn on c7, because this one is not one step further up the board, it means that the white pawn's influence in the middle is slightly better, and that can often be an advantage for the player who keeps a lot of pieces on the board, with there being more good placements for their pieces in the future. That being said, Hikaru turns it around on Alireza with this advance in the center.
Yeah, he plays d5 immediately, not wasting any moment. And yeah, this is also quite widely played opening, including by none other than Magnus Carlsen, who was winning against a lot of opponents here with black, including Wesley So.
Wow, beating Wesley So with black, that's got to be a sign of a successful opening. And Hikaru here, he's not gonna sit back and let the game unfold on, you know, its own accord. Hikaru is being aggressive here, and he wants to take charge of the game. And since he already got all of his pieces out and he castled his king, he felt this was a perfectly good opportunity to start pushing the pawns forward in the middle.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And it did make Alireza start thinking for a while. He is now down to 12 minutes already. We remind you that it's 15 minutes plus 3 seconds increment in this short best of 2 match, and this is game 2. So the winner of this game will finish either as the winner to continue to play tomorrow or to go home. While, of course, for some of them, it means not going anywhere, just staying at home. But what I mean is finishing the tournament today.
And look at this move. Alireza moving his knight up the board to attack the black bishop. Hikaru just gets that bishop out of trouble, but that means the bishop also undevelops. This was a bishop that was nicely placed in the center of the board, but it didn't sit there safely. The attack from the white knight meant that Hikaru actually feels he needed to go all the way back with that bishop.
Yeah, indeed. But on the other hand, the knight on g5 is placed aggressively and looks like it's creating some troubles. But on the other hand, the black's position is well defended, and with king, or the white king, most likely castling the short side, it's unlikely that Alireza will develop any sort of attack on the king, which means that the knight sooner or later will need to retreat, and those also losing one tempo. And in fact, they are still following the game that I mentioned earlier, which was played by Wesley So against Magnus Carlsen. So the same moves have been played. So it's quite likely that Hikaru saw that game, and that's why he instantly retreated the bishop to c8.
And Alireza is spending a lot of time here now.
Yeah.
We saw that both players ended up in time trouble in the first game. Fortunately for both of them, kind of, they could go back and forth for a safe repetition draw. But if they keep getting in time trouble, I feel like Hikaru's skill set is so well suited for that kind of thing. Alireza goes for the trade between the pawns in the center, and once that trade was made, it opened up the square on e4, previously the home of white's pawn, now the home of the white knight. And the knight comes in to attack the black bishop, and yet again Hikaru chooses to retreat as his bishop is attacked by a knight.
Yeah, that's the first time they deviated from the game. So now they're out of any theory after trading these knights on e4. In the original game, that was a castle, and then the knight did go to e4, but it was not captured. So this is a completely different game.
But I gotta say, I'm liking Hikaru's position. The eval bar is slightly in white's favor, but I don't understand that whatsoever. I think Hikaru's plan here is very easy, to just get the bishop back into the game and then the rook into the center of the board.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, but I was going to say, I was basing my evaluations on white just castling and playing normally. But Alireza seems to be in an aggressive mood today. Queen to h5. He is going for an attack, trying to checkmate the black king.
Yeah, with the knight being absent from f6 after the trade, it's quite common idea to attack h7, even with the king being castled short side for white as well, without using the pawns, because he has a piece majority on heading towards the black king. But at the same time, forgetting about your own king and not castling immediately might be proven to be wrong later. So yeah, maybe
Yeah.
a bit too aggressive, but only time will show, of course.
Yeah.
Hikaru,
Time.
yeah, Hikaru might finish development now. Bishop e6 seems like a logical move.
Well, Bishop e6 is certainly the plan he wants to utilize. But at this point, I'm seeing so many interesting attacking plans for white. One of them is
Mm-hmm.
pawn to d4. He could try and open up for this bishop to point down in the same direction as the white queen. If black isn't
Mm-hmm.
careful here, the knight can sacrifice itself just to open up for the bishop. The knight says check on the king. Yeah, the knight is captured, but then the queen has the necessary protection to give checkmate
Mm-hmm.
on the next move. So that could be dangerous. Another thing that could be dangerous is the move h4 I saw suggested at some point. The idea would be that
Knight
if
five.
black just
Mm-hmm.
gets the rook into the center, then knight g5, and the knight is working together with the queen for another checkmate threat. And if the knight is
Mm-hmm.
captured, well, could be disastrous, as the white
Mm-hmm.
rook also gets involved along the edge.
Yeah, indeed, there are a lot of ideas. In many cases, Hikaru probably will be fine with just playing g6 and kicking away the queen. There was a suggestion in chat whether we can play f5 and then take on g2. We indeed can do that, but I'm afraid that taking the pawn on g2 will only help. Well, here actually bishop b3 is probably winning a queen. So
Yeah, that's a
yeah,
big issue.
that's a big issue. But even if this was not the case, opening up the G file probably would be a mistake from Black's perspective because then the G file will be exposed and sooner or later he will either win a pawn or even go for an attack. So this could be
Well,
that could
this
be
kind
a
of thing
trouble.
could happen. This kind of thing could happen because Hikaru just played bishop e6. And bishop e6 means that the bishop is now helping block that unfortunate diagonal between the black queen and the black king. So now Hikaru is threatening f5 on the next move. And then it becomes a discussion. Is it really a threat? Because how beneficial would it be for the black queen to capture the pawn on g2? We're never going to find out because Alireza, by castling, has put his king in a position to defend that pawn.
Yeah, well, f5 still might be happening because it allows black to hold a better control of the center and also allow his pieces to potentially go for a counterattack, even with rook f6, rook g6, and putting a pressure on g2.
And also just kicking out white's best played piece in the center of the board. And Hikaru does go for this f5 move. He's going aggressive right now. I think he may want to win this game before the match goes into Armageddon.
Yeah, why not? Why not? It does seem like Alireza is not very sure about his ideas because he's spending much more time on the clock. And yeah, Queen h5 seemed like the move that was unexpected for Hikaru, and that means that is also not the best move. He did play knight g5, and they traded the bishop
Yeah,
for the
Hikaru
knight.
couldn't allow the knight to capture the bishop on e6 because we know how key that bishop was to defend the queen and king on the same diagonal. So the knight got captured by the other bishop. And as Alireza recaptures, Alireza has the two bishops, which is normally an advantage. But on the other hand, look at these nice black pawns. They're aggressively placed in the center, controlling a lot of squares. They're not without merit at all in this circumstance.
Yeah, the pawns are indeed quite powerful here. Plus, they say that the bishop pair becomes less powerful with absence of the knight supporting it. And here we indeed have just two bishops on the white side against the bishop and the knight, which means Hikaru has a knight which can jump to the places that the bishops sometimes cannot reach.
Yeah,
So
although
rook
it
e.
must be said, these white pawns are doing a great job of controlling all the squares the knight would like to go to. In particular, I'm thinking about the d4 square. If Hikaru could get his knight there, he would be almost winning the game. But the white
Yeah.
pawns are, they're a bit passive, but they're very solid where they're placed, making sure that there are no entry points for Hikaru's knight.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. And in the moment when I thought, why don't we play b5, b4 to maybe attack the pawn on c3 and suggest white trade it and open up us the possibility to put the knight on d4, Alireza immediately plays a4 as if he read my mind and wants to prevent b5.
Yeah, now pawn to b5 would make no sense, as it allows the trade opening up for white's rook to get into the game along the side of the board. And Alireza probably, if he's allowed to, he will continue pushing this pawn forward on the side. Maybe Hikaru should just push his pawn up and stop the white pawn from progressing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think I like this move. Just make sure that the white pawn cannot advance further and block it with your own pawn. I feel like that's often the sign of a really good player. It's knowing when to just push your pawns on the sides up the board, not because it's like some kind of attacking scheme, but just because you're trying to gain more space on multiple flanks at the same time. The hallmark of a good player is a well-timed rook pawn advance.
So maybe Hikaru needs to do something in the center. I'm thinking if he manages to place the pawn on e4, then he will open a e5 file, e5 square for the knight.
Yeah.
That
No,
could
I
be.
in general very fond of trying to find a good location for this knight. If I'm entirely honest with you, I've been thinking about this move f4. Because f4, then I prevent the white bishop from getting back home. And I mean, if white just continues on the flank like we talked about, I might be able to attack this bishop and trap the bishop so that the bishop doesn't get out. So f4 is the kind of move I'm looking at, f4 or a5. But the problem with this f4 move is that after d4, it opens up an attack for white's bishop down towards the black king. Okay, a5 was played by Hikaru. So I mean, it was my suggestion. So I gotta say, great move, Hikaru. Big
Great.
fan of
Well
that.
done.
Rook comes into the center of the board. Hikaru now with his bishop pointing towards the white queen. The queen moves back. It's one of those tense games again, and I can't really tell who's better. I was really liking Hikaru's position, but at the same time, if he can't really make any progress now soon, then I'm concerned that the two white bishops might be an advantage in the long run.
Yeah, it could be. It's really important to keep the position somewhat closed here. So Hikaru probably will wait with any pawn advances. And that's why he also playing h6 could be a bit risky because as we know, the pawns cannot go back. It's better to keep the position intact for the pawns and to not to create any unnecessary weaknesses. I wonder if trading the bishops in the future might be a top priority for Hikaru.
Oh, he would definitely love to trade White's bishop pair. But now look at what he's doing. He's doing rook to g6. He's moving his rook up the board to point down towards the white king. That is aggressive intentions if I ever saw some.
Yeah, it is pretty aggressive with his king being right there as well. So he doesn't care about these two bishops pointing at his king side. He says, I'm also going to create some opportunities for me to attack. And potentially play f4 as well. I like this. With the rook on g6, f4 becomes even stronger with the
Yeah.
idea of f3.
Okay, he doesn't go rook g6 immediately, but he always will have that option in the future. Maria said that the bishops would benefit from opening the position. And by opening the position, we mean that there needs to be fewer pawns. Look at the position now for white. The pawns are blocking the bishop's path, rendering the bishops less useful. So Alireza would love to get rid of some pawns so that the bishops may display their full potential. And that's why I like this move pawn to f4. Alireza would love to trade off one of these black pawns in the middle of the board. Rook to e2. Okay, Alireza just wants to have two rooks working together, pointing down the file in the center. It's still very tense, but what I'm not liking is the time situation.
Yeah, Hikaru is slightly lower on time now. He spent a lot of time thinking how to proceed with this play with a5 and rook e6. Well, for Alireza, it seems like a pretty easy game to play with his bishops just pointing down to the king. He is improving his rook's position and potentially will think about opening up the center.
I'm pretty sure Hikaru was up by 2 minutes, no?
He was, I think it was before, maybe with bishop f7. He is playing h6 now. Interesting.
So Hikaru was up by 2 minutes and now he's down by 2 minutes, which has the trend in the game very much in Alireza's favor. I feel like this kind of reminds me of the first game these two players had against one another, where it's really unclear how you can make any sort of progress and they're kind of just staring each other down, trying to find that one plan that can nudge the advantage in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. It is quite hard to find the good plan for either of them. I suspect that Alireza will sooner or later play d4, just as we've seen d5 in the previous game.
Yeah. To some degree, Hikaru is the one with the nice pawns controlling the center, right? But that also means Alireza is the one who has the option of pushing the pawns forward to challenge the center. And sometimes it's actually an advantage to be the one who can challenge the center, because having the center is like nice and dandy, but it doesn't actually allow you to put pressure on the opponent by attacking the opponent. It's more of a restricting the opponent kind of thing.
Yeah. Do you think that h6 was played with the idea to play g5?
Yes, I think so. And I think that's why Alireza played f3. Alireza was concerned about his queen's safety, and he decided that in case Hikaru wants to be super aggressive with the pawns, he wanted to have an escape for the queen to run back.
But Hikaru is not playing g5 just yet.
No, but there's no rush.
Yeah.
So
But
he
it's
wants
also
to
possible.
hold this back so that
Yeah.
Alireza all the time has to wonder, oh, is Hikaru going to go g5 now? Is he going to go
Hmm.
g5 now? He wants to play sort of non-committal moves, just keeping the tension, keeping Alireza in the dark about what his next ploy is going to be.
Yeah, and h6 is also a useful move in the future, preventing the piece from coming to g5. But it also forced Alireza to play a weakening move, f3, which created a weakness on g3, opened up the dark squares, and that's why he played also queen d6, potentially threatening with queen c5 or queen b6. Yeah, so yeah, it was definitely a very useful move to play h6 and force Alireza to play f3. And now he's yeah, thinking
He's
of
coming with
next
the knight,
steps.
and this is what we talked about in the opening, right? We kind of stopped talking about, oh, it would be nice having a way to get the knight involved in the game, but now Hikaru is doing it, and now this knight is
Mm-hmm.
headed towards the f4 square, or maybe even like you said, the g3 square. Like Hikaru could potentially
F4 and knight
play
f5.
f4 and play the knight up here, forcing the
Mm-hmm.
queen back, and then get the knight really into the heart of white's position. So I'm really liking this knight to e7 move. The knight was not good where it was. The knight was being restricted by this pawn on c3, making sure that
Mm-hmm.
the knight could never progress further forward. And now instead it's trying its luck on the opposite
Yeah.
flank.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an immediate reaction with the knight e7 and f4 knight f5 idea, and yeah, it's a great idea. Do you think that for Alireza the best chance now to counterattack is to break the center open?
Um,
Because if he waits, the position will degrade quite a bit if he does nothing against. Oh, okay, he plays
Okay, he
f4.
does go for the opening up of the center, like you said. F4 trying to make that trade between the pawns. This is a move we kind of talked about earlier, and
Mhm.
maybe it was slightly late from Alireza to make this move now. Maybe he should have done it earlier. Hikaru comes with his knight attacking the queen, but he's also attacking the pawn. So therefore, Alireza has to capture in the center instead, which is a wild move. If now Hikaru captures the queen, then Hikaru is going to win a rook. Then Alireza would continue by capturing the queen. That would open up for the two black rooks to attack the white rook. But after the trade of these rooks, then pawn to d7. Here, Hikaru's up by an entire rook, and Hikaru's making multiple threats in towards the white king. But it turns out that the white pawn becomes impossible to deal with as it approaches
Mhm.
the end zone to become a new queen.
Yeah, so that would be a mistake to take on e2 or to allow this to happen. So it's possible Hikaru has to capture on e5 instead.
Yeah, well, he still needs to kind of calculate to double check that Hikaru didn't make
That's what
like a
he's doing
massive
now.
mistake.
Mhm. Alireza, by the way, briefly went below on the clock, but Hikaru is now making an important decision um, to capture on e5 or to capture the queen, and also what to capture on e5 with, the rook or the knight. So
Yeah.
yeah, I hope he's not gonna take much time
He
because
does
he's
end up
approaching.
taking with a rook, and now lots of rooks may be traded. All of these rooks are pointing in towards one another.
Right,
C5
yeah, the
from
rooks are.
Hikaru. So it makes a lot of sense that Hikaru is trying to place his pawns on the dark squares because you often want to have your pawns complement your bishop. So if your bishop is
Mhm.
on the light squares, then you want to have the pawns attacking the dark squares. The problem here is that Alireza has the bishop pair. So Alireza has a dark squared bishop that Hikaru doesn't have. And that means now Alireza will try to use these forces he has to attack the dark squares, with Hikaru only having the pawns to kind of deal with the threats being made.
Yeah,
And
he
look
had to
at
play
this
d6.
d4.
Yeah, instantly he plays d4. We expected
And
it earlier, but now he's destroying the pawn structure for Hikaru.
yeah,
So
and
did
if
he
there's a
take?
trade in the center, the queen and bishop working together towards this b6 pawn, that pawn is going to be in massive trouble. And if it falls, then the next pawn is going to be in trouble as well right after. And this bishop in the center also pointing down towards the black king and being defended by a pawn. No black pawns in a position to kick the bishop out. This is looking very troublesome for Hikaru. Hikaru does go into this line, and after knight to f4, Hikaru is relying on this knight to create a lot of trouble while Alireza starts capturing the black pawns.
So what if he captures? What will happen?
I guess after captures, maybe bishop d5, there's an attack against the g2 pawn. The white king only has 2 pawns defending it. And if we start attacking the pawn on g2 as well, that pawn cannot advance, because then Hikaru will have the knight coming in for the fork, the double attack on the king and on the queen. So this could get really exciting now. Alireza has captured the pawn on b6, now attacking another pawn. Alireza has the bishop pair. He has an extra pawn. He has another pawn in his crosshairs, and Hikaru is now relying entirely on the attack he can create against the white king.
Yeah, so now how does Alireza save this pawn? He
I'm not
cannot.
sure he can. Like we talked about earlier, if the pawn advances, that's a devastating double attack. And there's the bishop would love to go and protect the pawn, but the bishop can't magically get to defend the pawn in time.
Yeah, true. There is a computer line, but I think it's very, very obscure. So the idea of that line is to attack the queen with bishop c5. Oh, he did play it. And if
Alireza
the
does.
queen moves away from the d file, then well, it has to.
Well, the
move
queen
away
has
from
to
D
move. The queen needs to keep
because
the
it
protection of
supports
the knight.
So the idea is that the next move, white will play queen g2 and put the pressure on both light pieces, making it impossible to capture on g2.
Well, it is possible to capture on g2, but that leads to a situation where the queens might get traded off.
Yeah, and then the knight is hanging and the bishop is not going to be supported. Now they are below 50 seconds.
But instead of queen to d2, which was the computer recommendation, Alireza has captured the pawn on f5, with Hikaru then capturing the pawn on g2. And we now get into a situation where the white king has no defenses around it, but Alireza has the bishop pair on an open board. And look at how amazing these diagonals are for the bishops, really showcasing their power. But on the other hand, the safety of the king is an issue.
It's indeed an issue, but black really needs to bring the queen back in play. It's really inactive on b8. While
Yeah,
the
but
white
look
king
at this.
is...
Hikaru gets to grab a pawn on the queen side.
That's good.
It's very good. Very good. But now bishop to look at these bishops pointing in towards the black king. Yeah, Alireza was threatening bishop to e5, which would attack both the queen and the knight. But here, Hikaru sees that he can get his queen attacking the king. Ooh, but now his knight is in trouble. The knight has no safe squares to go to. The knight had no safe squares. Hikaru desperately tries to sacrifice the knight to get an attack together with the queen and bishop. Oh, Hikaru gets... Ooh, Hikaru does
instead
trap
of-
this king in some kind of on the
Yeah,
side
but
of the
now they're
board.
trading the queens.
But
Now
Alireza
they're
just
trading,
manages to sacrifice the extra bishop he got to trade off the queens.
and it's over now.
Well, it's still not over because if Hikaru can sacrifice his bishop for the pawn, then it would be a draw.
Yeah, but will he be able to?
Well, probably not because the computer says it's hopeless. But Hikaru's controlling the b5 square. So an important information to have here for everyone watching. If Hikaru manages to sacrifice his bishop for the pawn, this is a special circumstance
Mhm,
in which white cannot win despite having an extra bishop and a pawn,
mhm.
and Hikaru would save himself. So
Yeah, it's the wrong bishop.
Hikaru is desperately trying to sacrifice his bishop for this last remaining pawn, but Alireza might claim that he will be able to prevent that trade. Wait,
By
that's a free
blocking
bishop.
block. Oh,
Yeah, that's a free bishop. It's over.
was it a
Hikaru
match?
does
Probably.
manage to capture one of the white pawns, but it's the wrong one. And the last white pawn will then have a clear path to become a new queen. And
Yeah.
Hikaru has resigned the game. It's over. Alireza wins the match and proceeds in the tournament. And Hikaru, who won the previous Champions Chess Tour, he's knocked out after only 2 matches. A devastating
Yeah, the
result for Hikaru, who was, I would say, the big favorite to win this event. Of course he was. He won the last one.
Mhm. Even with Magnus playing in it, he still won it. But yeah, that's I blame it on the jet lag. We did see that he still looked quite tired before the start of the game. And yeah, Alireza is not easy opponent, and it's
Yeah,
just
no,
two games.
that is such bad luck. Imagine Alireza losing the match yesterday in which he was the massive favorite.
Mhm.
I mean, you're not allowed to think like this as a professional competitive athlete, but imagine if Alireza hadn't lost that match and we would have Hikaru against Dmitry Kollars. Dmitry Kollars is an amazing chess player, but he would have been easier to deal with than the Gucci. What was the nickname for Alireza? Gucci
Gucci
Reza?
Reza.
Gucci
Gucci Reza.
Reza playing the Gucci piano. Yeah, no, I mean Ali Reza is an incredible player, and I gotta say both he and Jordan from Foreest yesterday played incredible matches to defeat Hikaru. Managing to defeat Hikaru in this format is an accomplishment. There's no
Yeah,
doubt about it.
absolutely. And yeah, the way they also both played, Alireza played trying to play for a win with both black and white pieces, and created so many troubles, and was very quick at spotting um, the weaknesses of Hikaru's position, like with the light squares for the bishop in the previous game, and how he forced to get the bishop pair in this one, making it really hard for Hikaru to defend his pawns. That's how he won the pawn on b6 in the first place. So
Yeah,
here there was a way to
there was a
save the play.
save, but like the
I don't
computer.
understand it.
Yeah, no, the computer is just an absolute savage. In this position, the computer said Hikaru was fine, but only if he found the move queen to d5, which is
I mean,
crazy. It
yeah, get
allows the
out.
knight to be captured. But the key point here is that if the bishop captures the knight, then the queen is able to capture white's bishop. And that means instead the white queen would have to capture, but this would now allow bishop to c6. And the key difference between this and what happened in the game where Hikaru played bishop to c6 first is that now the same defensive idea for white trying to hide the king on the edge of the board, well, now this becomes winning for Hikaru because now since the queen was the one to capture the knight instead of the bishop, this becomes a fork on the king and on the queen.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a miracle save there, but with just seconds remaining, that was completely inhuman to figure out. In the meantime, we also have a result in the other match that was going on at the same time, and it is both the Frenchmen proceeding on to the next round. Jules Mozart, he won the first game of this match and then only needed a draw with the black pieces to clinch it. But he actually went ahead and got this knight attacking both of white's rooks at the same time. He wins 2-0 against Alexander Shimanov.
Nice. Yeah, very, very clean victory for Jules. Actually, he did not mind the draw. It seems like he was repeating moves and expecting Alexander to offer a draw. But Alexander deviated from that and quickly lost after that.
We have more chess coming for you. We will be following the winners bracket coming up. That's going to be the matches between Fabiano Caruana and Abdusattorov. We also have the match of the two upset victories yesterday with Jordan van Foreest and Dmitry Kollars. So stay with us while we take a break. This is the ChessKid Cup of the Champions Chess Tour. And we just had the first two players of the event being knocked out. And it is with great sadness that we have to say that Hikaru Nakamura was one of the players knocked out in the hands of the fashionable Gucci Reza Firouzja. But we do have more chess for you today. And here we have Fabiano Caruana going up against the former Rapid World Champion, Abdusattorov. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer, and together with Maria Emilianova, we're going to guide you through these games with Fabiano here going for a Catalan opening, putting his bishop on the side of the board to point in towards the center from the start.
Yeah, exciting matchup. Both players are amazingly strong. And I cannot really say who is a clear favorite here. Well, Norderberg being the former Rapid champion and also constantly playing fantastic chess in all the formats. Against Fabiano, who is obviously non-stranger for the fighting for the crown and for the best chess tournaments in the world as well. Fabiano recently increased his Rapid and Blitz ratings tremendously, which was obvious that after the match against Magnus, he worked on his quick chess really a lot. So both of them are probably going to be showing their best chess and going to be competing on very similar strengths. What do you think, Hammer?
I mean, I gotta say, I'm a big fan of Fabiano, and what has impressed me with him so far in the Champions Chess Tour. This is the third Champions Chess Tour tournament, and he so far has won every single match except on the final day against Hikaru last time. So Fabiano played Division 2 in the first event, and he won every single match. Then he played Division 1 last time, and he won every match until he played against Hikaru in the final, and then he lost twice back to back. So Hikaru is the only one who's been able to take down Fabiano in this format this year. And while Abdusattorov is a fantastic player, he is no Hikaru Nakamura. So I'm gonna have a slight edge for Caruana in this matchup.
All right, that's fair. Fabiano is definitely performing really well online. We've seen him playing in Pro Chess League, in Champions Chess Tour, in Grand Chess Tour events online while we all were stuck at home, and he always played fantastic chess. And of course, he's also much more experienced, having been top 10, top 5 players in the world much longer than Norderberg. But maybe to balance it out, I will take Norderberg's side just to be against you, Ludwig, here in our predictions. Yeah, so let's get back to the position.
Yeah, and we have a Tarash defense from Norderberg Abdusattorov. The key feature of this kind of position is that Black is the only one to have a pawn in the center of the board. But on the other side, that pawn is an isolated pawn, a pawn that doesn't get any support from Black's other pawns, which may render it a weakness in the future. And with this latest move, Fabiano is trying to kick the Black bishop back, and then as the bishop retreats, White's bishop will enter the game with a rook coming in to c1 soon thereafter. So we're gonna have an interesting fight here, whether or not Fabiano can exploit the weakness of Black's central pawn, or if Abdusattorov can claim or succeed in his claim that the influence this pawn has over the center is more important than its potential weakness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very interesting battle of both pros and cons, and it's a quite known strategy that playing against an isolated pawn, the best piece to blockade it is the knight, right? So here, it's obviously the knight on f3 that could go to d4, but then black can trade that knight. So how do you think white would proceed then with blockading that pawn?
Well, I think knight to d4 is what you want to have happen. But right now, you're concerned that the black bishop together with the black rook are both targeting the e2 pawn. You can say that, well, it's not a big problem right now because white has pieces blocking those both diagonals and files. But if we were to go knight d4, well, then, as you said, those would be traded off, and suddenly the pressure might feel more unpleasant. So I was wondering if in this position, maybe Fabiano could just push his pawn forward to kick the bishop back. But he decides that this pressure down towards the e2 pawn is nothing to be concerned about. And he does play the knight to d4 after all.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, he does go there. Maybe he's considering also to play g4 to kick the bishop away, just to get rid of that pressure on e2.
I
Another
would not
option.
be surprised if he did push
Yeah.
forward with those pawns.
He definitely will not be trading the bishops because the bishop on g2 not only is defending the king, but also keeps the pawn on d5 under attack, while the black bishop doesn't have access to defending that pawn just yet. So I'd say the white bishop is better here. And yeah, in current position, I think I prefer Fabi's position.
Yeah,
While
for me it's like definite, but I must admit I have had some weakness in my chess game that I struggle to fully realize the dynamic potential when I really look at like pawn structures, the kind of static, the kind of advantages that never change, that stay the same. And I look at this pawn and I think, oh, what a terrible position to have this pawn, a weakness, being a target for the bishop, for the queen. But sometimes, you can have one bad pawn as long as you have, a good rook or like a good bishop that can point down towards the white king. So I've learned to be a bit more cautious in my estimations.
Well, the isolated pawn no more. They just traded, so now Abdusattorov has 2 pawns. But you yourself will always prefer to play this position as white, right? Against
Yeah, no, for
isolated.
sure. Because even though now the most forward white pawn is defended, now this guy is a problem. The pawn on c6 cannot be defended by other pawns, and it's on this open file with the rook pointing straight at it. And I would be concerned about its long-term safety. And then it becomes the additional problem that if you end up losing this guy, well, then the next one is going to be a major issue right thereafter.
Yeah, and I also really love how the knight on a4 suddenly becomes really useful, planning to jump on c5 and block both pawns with that move. And then if black will decide to get rid of it by trading, then white will end up with a pair of bishops and, well, quite open position here where both bishops are targeting the pawns, the center of black. And yeah, here definitely I'm on the white side.
So the only real concern Fabiano needs to address is the bishop and the rook pointing together towards the e2
So,
pawn.
yeah. So
Because that's
again,
actually not
for
easy to deal with.
yeah, g4 is a bit risky, I feel like.
Yeah,
Like he
g4, the
won't take
bishop can step
immediately
back.
probably, but he also could consider taking. Is it that crazy to take on g4?
Um, I mean, I think so. Well,
Maybe yes, maybe it is, but you still have to consider it when you play g4 from the king.
yeah. I mean, the
Yeah,
white
maybe here
king
it's
will then have a lack of pawns defending it for sure. But
Mhm.
I feel like we don't necessarily need to invest a full knight in that mission
Yeah,
because if we
probably not.
retreat our bishop and then use our pawn to attack,
Mhm.
that's going to do very much the same kind of idea of just stripping the white king of the pawns defending
Yeah,
it.
absolutely. Absolutely. H5 will be the number one move to consider after this. So G4 is a very committal move, which Fabiano probably will not play without real necessity. What are the other options?
Well, he started
Will
out
he,
playing here bishop to d4, just
Mhm.
centralizing the bishop, which makes a lot of sense. And now my question becomes, what about bishop to d6, opening up for the rook and the bishop towards that e2 pawn?
Rook E1?
Rook e1, yeah,
Rook
that
E1
makes
will
sense.
defend, and then
And
you
then
probably
maybe
need to move.
something like knight to e4. This knight gets
Mhm.
a good positioning. And like, well, you had an interesting idea of sacrificing one of your pieces to eliminate the defenders around the king. In this kind of position, I would be concerned about
Yeah.
something similar happening in the future,
Mhm.
like black capturing one of these white pawns, coming in with the
Absolutely.
bishop, attacking the rook, and if the rook moves, then another bishop will come in, supported
Mhm.
by the rook, and this can become
Absolutely. A
problematic.
problem. Yeah, so he will need to move the queen away as well. So in that position, if now bishop is played to d6, it's possible that Fabi has to play g4 just to avoid all of that. Um,
Yeah, but then if you play g4, then you
yeah, h5.
postpone the problems, but the problems are still gonna
Mhm.
be there. That you're struggling to keep all the pawns defending your king in their positions.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. So g4 might be too risky. Then I guess yeah, rook e1. So black just played a move.
Bishop f8, same kind of idea, just moving the bishop out of the way to open up for the rook attacking along the e file. And Fabiano very quickly just moving his rook to the side to keep the pawn defended. And knight e4, then the knight gets a great spot in the center of the board. And notice how white is unable to play the pawn to f3, chasing the knight away, because that would leave its buddy on g3 unprotected.
Mhm.
So yeah, no,
So he needs to
it's
deal. Yeah. He needs to deal with it somehow differently, maybe knight c5, offering a trade of the knight on c5.
yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Knight c5, just trying to get rid of the good black pieces in the position. Um, and that is, I believe, what he did. And look at this. Abdusattorov captures this knight with the bishop. And then as Fabiano recaptures, now Abdusattorov is not going to capture a second time. Instead, he's saying, my knight in the center is so valuable, I'm not going to trade that for your bishop.
Interesting. Interesting that his bishop on f8 was not as valuable for him than the knight. And he's saying, if you want to trade my knight, you will have to give up the bishop on g2.
Yeah. And this bishop you cannot give up. This bishop, like you said,
No.
needs to protect the white king.
Yeah, and the pawn on h3 as well. If you trade on e4, you will have to immediately deal with the pawn on h3, bringing the king, or playing g4. Playing g4 would be even more dangerous in this situation, with the absence of the last remaining piece that was defending the king. So yeah, this knight, chasing it away will be really, really difficult.
So I think what Fabiano is going to do is that he's going to try to ignore the knight and instead focus on trying to attack the pawn weakness we talked about. The black pawn of c6 cannot be defended by other pawns because its buddy is kind of too far along. And here we see Caruana with his queen immediately targeting that pawn with his queen and indirectly also with his rook.
And even the bishop is kind of looking forward to that pawn as well.
Yeah, but look at this h5.
Mm-hmm.
Abdusattorov is just trying to attack.
You think he will play h4, but then isn't g4 stopping all of that? Or maybe he will play f5 then?
Maybe he's going bishop to f5. Maybe he wants to attack this guy on h3 together with the queen.
But then we can play h4.
Yeah, well, first off, Fabiano was using both his queen and the rook to attack the pawn on c6. So rook to e6 is a great defensive move, simply just protecting the pawn that was attacked. And now we're curious what the next steps of Black's plan is. What about something like, okay, let me just go back and forth a little bit. So king up, bishop here, and then rook over. You can try to coordinate so that you have your queen and bishop working together along the white pawns on the side, but you can also get your rook to both attack towards the white king and offer protection towards the c6 pawn.
I feel like also h4 by black is could be a threat.
Yeah. So if something like, I don't know, pawn to e3, then h4 would have the benefit of kind of forcing white's pawn further up, which in turn then could be attacked by another black pawn. And if there's a trade here, then the rook getting over to point down towards the white king becomes oh so much more powerful. Okay, let's see what happens in the game. Yeah, Fabiano decided to stop the black pawn from progressing further along the side of the board. And then bishop to f5 met by bishop to f3. So is Fabiano just trying to capture the pawn on h5?
Could be a bit dangerous to take it.
Well, but then if he's not planning to take it, why would he move his bishop forward?
That's a fair question.
A pawn is a pawn. I wonder what happens if black just goes madman right now. Okay, bishop to g4. Abdusattorov prevents the capture. I do wonder what would have happened if black just went absolutely crazy, just pushing all the pawns forward. I guess we'll never know. To me, this seems quite dangerous for white. Instead, bishop to g4 has gotten Fabiano. I'm surprised Fabiano captures this black bishop, because after the recapture, the black pawn gets...
What's happening? I lost him. Oh no. Are you here?
I can hear you.
We just lost you. I think you're back. Uh-oh. He's okay. You're fine.
I think I'm fine. But I'm not sure Fabiano's fine. I really dislike this trade between the bishops. Because after the recapture, Fabiano has allowed this black pawn to be even more involved in the attack. And this pawn is controlling some very important light squares around the white king. And it seems to me like if black can get the queen involved somehow now, the white king will be very unhappy.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, yeah, it's all good. It was on my side. Sorry, guys, for false alarm. Yeah, it's like last time when you had some disconnection.
Yeah, no, I've had major computer problems the last month. I even had to switch computer because my other one was acting up too much. But I
Had too
think I'm
much
good
chess.
now. I think I'm good now.
Okay, great. Great. So yeah, the position actually becomes more and more suspicious for white.
Well, that was my initial thought, but the more I'm thinking about this, it's actually quite difficult for Abdusattorov to get more pieces involved in the attack. So I was thinking something like rook to h6, having that multitasking rook of both protecting and attacking at the same time. And I'm wondering if maybe the idea Fabiano had is just to push the pawn forward, try and kick the black knight out. And if this knight is forced to retreat, then that will open up all of the energy in white's pieces. So I think Fabiano's plan here of just going f3 to kick the knight out of its very cozy home on e4, if successful, that can turn the position around and see white gain a big advantage. So I'm really curious. Wow, a6. That is not the move I was expecting from
Very
him.
bold move, saying I don't care for whatever you're doing. Maybe he wants to move. No, that doesn't make sense. The pawn is still going to be attacked. What is he trying to do? c5? No. I don't understand what is Nodorbeck preparing here.
I think maybe rook to e8. So
and then he does not care. And then c5 if the pawn is taken by the queen.
Yeah. So
right?
if rook to e8 immediately, then maybe Fabiano had the opportunity to capture a pawn on the side of the board. So maybe he goes
But now
a6.
Yeah, like let's say some move like, I don't know, rook c.
Well, the thing is, Fabiano here is going to play f3. That's what we were talking about earlier, right? That Fabiano's intention with his previous move, when he played king to g2, it was because if he plays f3 here, well, then he just gives away a pawn. So Fabiano, he moved his king up to give extra protection to this pawn, and after a6, now f3 attacks the knight. And this is also what happened. The knight moved away and into the heart of white's position. Wow. And Fabiano now continues to chase after the knight.
Apparently, knight takes g3 was also possible.
Yeah, well, knight takes g3 apparently would have led to a draw, as I understand it.
Maybe some perpetual.
Yeah, the knight could sacrifice itself, and then the rook would come in together with the queen.
And queen h3, and then he cannot avoid perpetual rook, queen h2, queen h1. That's the idea.
But at the same time, at maximum, this would have been a draw for black. So the way
Mm-hmm.
Abdusattorov is playing, by avoiding that immediate sacrifice, he is still having potential to go for the win. The
Mm-hmm.
queen steps back, attacks the knight retreats. Ooh, but Fabiano continues chasing this knight around. Uh, now, now there's a problem. Because if the knight goes back to d6, then the knight intercepts the protection from the rook. So if knight to d6, then Fabiano can capture one of black's pawns. And if the knight moves forward to a3, then after queen to b2, the queen is attacking the knight on the side of the board, as well as attacking one of the key pawns in front of black's king. So, not liking
Ah,
any of
there
these
is.
choices, Abdusattorov
Yeah.
plays knight to e3. There's a trade bishop for knight, but after the recapture, there's no more defense on the black c6 pawn, which is captured
Mm-hmm.
by Fabiano. And after pawn takes on f3, check on the king. Wow, now the pawn cannot be recaptured
Yeah.
because then there would be a trade of queens, leaving the rook, the white rook, undefended at the end of this, black being up by an entire rook in this variation. So,
But apparently
wow.
he could have played knight d6 as well for the same reason. He could have played knight d6. And if queen takes on c6, he also had g takes f3.
Yeah, so there were a lot of options for Abdusattorov, but with dwindling time, I guess this is the one he went for. And
Mm-hmm.
maybe he thought this was very good for him, seeing that he's giving a check on the white king and that the white pawn could not recapture. But Fabiano gets out of this by moving his king to the side. Now he's threatening the queen, he's threatening the rook, and he's threatening the second rook as well, forcing Abdusattorov to go for the trade between the rooks. And in this position that arises, there's still madness on the board. If Fabiano now captures the pawn in a6, then Abdusattorov will have potential of getting a new queen, this pawn supported by the rook behind it. So Fabiano decides instead to go rook to c8, because if this rook is captured, then the white king will be able to capture black's rook afterwards. And this is what happens. And still the tension between the pawns remain here on f3 and e2. And Abdusattorov, instead of doing anything about it, he moves his rook up into the attack. And the position is quieting down at this stage. Fabiano has the better position due to his king being in the middle of the board, but it seems like this may become a draw in the end.
Yeah, now the position simplified so much, and yeah, all the end games, all the rook end games end in a draw, right?
I
Except
mean,
the
that's
middle.
very often the case. Here, though, I would definitely prefer white because the white king is closer to the center and has some potential of getting that black pawn in the center of the board. But it turns out even after you manage to win a pawn here with white, black manages to trade off everything afterwards. And we see both
Yeah,
players just going into a situation they were confident we're going to end up in a draw, and they play it out to only the kings remaining.
yeah, very confident play in the end. They calculated everything super quickly.
So
Do we
that
have
means
still this game going?
So that means our first game of the winners bracket, Abdusattorov against Caruana, it's a draw. This match will be a 4-game match. So we just saw Hikaru playing a 2-game match. That's only for the people who lost on the first day. For the ones who won, they are still continuing the standard format of 4 games in a match. And it's not just Fabiano and Abdusattorov who won on the first day. The other match going on is between Foreest and Dmitry Kollars. And what do we have here, Maria?
Well, it looks not so great for Jordan. Does it not? I see the doubled pawns on the F file, and Black has potentially passed pawn on the H file. Although the position does look a bit crazy as well, with all these white pawns being so far advanced as well. But yeah.
I just got to start out by counting pawns. That they're
Mm-hmm.
equal on number of pawns, but this white pawn on f6 is having a horrible time. It's surrounded by the black
Mm-hmm.
king, and it's very likely
Mm-hmm.
that this pawn will be captured soon.
Yeah, so
And
then potentially it's an advantage for Dmitry in terms of pawns.
yeah, but also
But
look
then
at all
also,
of these white
yeah.
pawns being placed on dark squares, which is
Mm-hmm.
a problem given that white's bishop also tries to attack the dark squares. The pawns and the bishop, they're just not working very well together.
Yeah, and plus, in addition to that, the knight on d8 is about to jump to c6 and potentially win the pawn on b4.
Yeah. And that might be
Ah,
why Van Forest played this rook to c1 move, because he saw black's plan of playing knight to c6, and now if knight to c6 happened here, then a6 would turn the game
a6.
around. Then the white pawn would charge forward to become a new queen, and capturing the pawn would not be great, as then your defense of the knight would be eliminated. So good play here by Dmitry Kollars, who avoids this trap of getting the knight forward and instead
And
just
takes on
captures the
h6.
pawn.
And plus h3 is a threat, and he indeed goes for it after king e2. A bit reckless move for Jordan, it feels like, to move the king away from the promotion square of the pawn.
Yeah. Now the king is unable to aid in the stopping of black's h pawn. And this is going to be an easy victory for Dmitry because
Wow, this
the
is
black
amazing.
pawn is going to work as a decoy, forcing the white pieces to go into a defensive stance, and then the knight will be able to start capturing pawns on the opposite flank.
Yeah, this is amazing to see Dmitry, who was probably the least favorite in any of the matches and probably the least expected player to be in the winning bracket, but also to be winning the first game in the winning bracket.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is the lowest ranked player in the field. And so far, he's beaten Alireza Firouzja, and he's about to take down the Naka killer, Jordan van Forest. And with the black pieces as well. He's having an incredible tournament.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. He's not even the best player in his country. He's like number 4 in Germany. That's incredible.
And here we see, while the white pieces are busy trying to deal with black's pawn, the black knight was able to start capturing pawns on the opposite flank. First here capturing the pawn on d4, but the knight can just return and start capturing the next pawn afterwards.
Yeah, look at that bishop on g3. It's so terrible. Now he finally takes on h2, but it's too late. Had the queen side of this in this position been clean, then white had a good chance of survival despite it being lower on material. But the fact that the knight freely roams and eats everything on the queen side is probably meaning that it's going to be resignation soon for Jordan. Although we can still see some attempts to fight it off because the pawns are at least doubled, and until the pawn on a5 is alive, there are chances for white. And also Dmitry needs to activate his rook again because it's a little bit entrapped on h5.
I guess that's what he's doing
But yeah,
here. He's opening up for his rook to defend along the 7th rank. And he needs to keep this pawn on b7 alive to prevent the white pawn from
yeah,
becoming a new queen on the edge.
indeed. But yeah, he's very carefully retreating his rook back to play, and at the same time pushes the b pawn, disrupting Jordan's counterplay and forcing him to think about stopping that pawn now. So that his pieces are really busy today, right? First fighting off the h pawn, now they have to take care of the b pawn, while the knight in the center of the board is such a beauty and just controls the entire center and aids the king with a 4 pawn and defending the pawn on b4.
Yeah.
Incredible play.
Great play. Great display by Dmitry Kollars. And he's making a name for himself in this tournament. And the resignation is in. Jordan van Foreest has resigned the game as he's currently down 3 pawns. When we joined this game, it was equal on number of pawns, but the Black Knight just took one after another. Also, the King, a great piece to mop up those white pawns. And Dmitry Kollars takes the lead. And let me remind everyone that the winner between Fabiano and Abdusattorov, and also the winner here between Van Foreest and Dmitry Kollars, though the winners here are automatically qualified to the next Champions Chess Tour. So, I mean, there's a lot on the line for these players. And for Dmitry, he might be rewarded with a spot in the next tournament as well. For him, I think that's going to be a huge deal.
Yeah. Yeah, and if he wins the overall Champions Chess Tour leg, then he's also qualifying to the final of the Champions Chess Tour, which will happen in December, possibly over the board, which is also very, very exciting.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break and then we'll be back with the second game of these matches in the winners bracket of the ChessKid Cup. We're back with the ChessKid Cup of the Champions Chess Tour. We're following the match between Abdusattorov and Fabiano Caruana. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer, and together with me, Maria Emilianova, we're following the winners bracket in this double elimination tournament. But we do have some very sad news. Hikaru Nakamura was eliminated earlier today after having lost both of his first two matches in the tournament. But we still have exciting chess, Maria. And here we have like a Catalan and Nimso mashup with Fabiano claiming an early pawn on c4, really showing that we have a fighting game in store with the young Uzbek being willing to sacrifice a pawn, and he's not getting that pawn back anytime soon.
Yeah, indeed. And the first game also has proven that the players are very even in strengths, and both are offering us some tremendous chess. They played until the Bear Kings in the first game, and both of them had some advantages in their position. The game was really, really exciting, and I'm expecting even more from this one. Yeah, the computer slightly prefers black at the moment, but it's just because of the pure greed of the machine. It counts the pawns and says, aha, black is winning. So we see that there is a slight advantage here. But of course, that also means that white gets an initiative in the center. He is preparing e4 advance with rook e1, and will be trying to capitalize on the more active center. Oh, interesting. Fabi is playing rook b8.
Yeah, rook b8.
Does it mean he's planning b5?
I think for sure. The rook move is useful for two
depends.
reasons. Making sure that you get out of the bishop's diagonal, but also supporting the black pawn to go b5 and make sure that everything's protected. The extra pawn will be protected in the future. Now here after a3, chasing the bishop, Fabiano faces a difficult choice, because if he moves his bishop back to preserve this kind of tension in towards the rook, then bishop g5 becomes a very serious problem for him. The idea here would be that white just has this bishop pointing down on black's knight and black's queen. And if Fabiano tries to punish the bishop for its placement by moving the pawn in front of the king 2 steps forward, then Abdusattorov would almost certainly just sacrifice, eliminating 2 of the pawns to protect black's king and having that dangerous pin in towards the queen. So Fabiano doesn't dare having the bishop somewhere where it cannot get back into defense later on. So Fabiano plays bishop to d6, but now white has the option of regaining the c4 pawn immediately.
Yeah, because b5 is now impossible to play due to knight takes on b5. And black is also facing another difficulty at the moment. They still have one piece not developed and not clear where it can be developed. Probably bishop d7 makes more sense, but then it makes it a bit difficult to play b5 again, because there will be some problems with the knight on c6, and the queen becomes also cut off from the play. So it was definitely a great choice by Nadirbek to sacrifice that pawn for this initiative.
Yeah, it just seems like he had some great prep here, and that he played this idea that I haven't seen before with rook to e1, and really benefited from the idea he had. And now with bishop to d6, I assume that Caruana's intention is to go e5. That the idea of the bishop is to support this pawn break in the center. But he might be somewhat afraid of an option white here has of capturing in the center, forcing the knight to recapture, and then the white queen may capture on a7. And the queen can then try to get back afterwards and win the pawn on c4 in due time. It didn't deter him though, so e5 has been played, and now there's just complications happening.
Yeah, e5 also will be followed by e4 very likely. So maybe Abdusattorov actually should have played e4 when he had a chance earlier. But of course, taking the pawn on c4 is also quite an important task for him. So I wonder what he will do now. He can take, or he can also leave the c4 pawn for the next move, since it cannot be defended anyway.
Well, what about bishop to e6? Like, you talked about how black was struggling to get this bishop into the game. Well, by playing the pawn forward, there's more options available to that bishop. And if the bishop gets out and protects the pawn, then that's two flies in one stone, right?
Yeah, but it really depends what white will do right now. Because if we don't take on c4, we have the pawn on d4 hanging. So we do need to react somehow. And yeah, I see that the engine recommends d5, but d5, in light of the possibility to play e4 by black, seems like a bit risky because the pawn will be, on one hand, quite advanced and controlling a lot of squares on the board, but on the other hand, will be disconnected from the other white pawns, making it more vulnerable and difficult to defend. So this is a very committal move to make. So that's
Yeah,
why also Nadubek is now considering all the options.
yeah. I don't like this pawn to d5 move. I gotta admit. But at the same time,
Yeah.
if you tried to capture on c4, which seems like the obvious intention of White's previous move, then maybe like Black can just make some trades in the center, and maybe this is okay for Black. White's pieces are very well placed. They got nice long diagonals, but it doesn't need to be a complete disaster. And sometimes you can attack the queen to get your pieces quicker into the game. So I'm curious to see what Nordirbek Abdusattorov comes up with. He's chosen to capture in the center, and as Fabiano recaptures, he has gone for this pawn on a7. So a very interesting way of playing from him, basically trying to get the maximum. He's saying that this pawn on c4 is going to be a problem for black also in the future. So he's prioritizing capturing the pawn on a7 and then coming back to try and capture the next pawn thereafter.
Yeah, so he wants to kill both birds with one stone, yeah, with one queen. But that also gives black an opportunity to finish the development with maybe bishop e6, and then yeah, he will be threatening to attack the queen. No, he will then lose on b7, of course.
Yeah, so that's another
But
kind
at
of
least,
thing, right? That now if the trade of knights, it opens up for the bishop to potentially capture the pawn on b7. So all of this needs to be calculated, and both players are probably thinking quite deeply into the future in their calculations right now, because this has become a really tense game early on with a lot of captures that you need to solve and figure out.
yeah, indeed. Yeah, that is a bit of a predicament for Fabi, it feels like. So it is now black to move, right?
Yeah. So, well, first order of business is making sure that the white queen cannot capture the black rook.
So
But
either
bishop,
develop the bishop or develop the bishop is the only move. Well, he also has moves like c6 maybe, which also defends the rook, and also at the same time defends b7.
yeah. So there were
But
plenty of ways to defend the rook, but I guess bishop g4, the one he played, it makes the most sense to just get the bishop forward into an aggressive position and start making some threats in towards white's pieces.
yeah, and now I think white will capture on e5 because
Yeah, I
allowing
agree.
knight to take on f3 will be now bad because he will go into a doubled pawn situation, either with bishops or without. Both will be not so good for white due to due to a lack of ability to fight for the center.
Yeah, I agree. So capturing on e5 seems the most probable, and he did do that. The disadvantage, though, by making this trade is that it allows now black's bishop to get this wonderful diagonal pointing down towards white's queen side. So then it becomes a question, how do we deal now
Okay, I think it's my
with the
turn again.
threats? Queen c5, good move. The queen attacking both the bishop and the pawn on c4. And the only way to defend both of these threats is queen to d4.
Yeah, and then it can be traded. Well, white also still needs to develop last bishop.
And I
So
guess that's
maybe.
why this queen to c5 move was played, because it forces the queen trade. And after the queen trade, the black bishop is pushed off its positioning on e5, which in turn allows the white bishop to take over control of that diagonal, pointing down against the black c7 pawn and working together with the other bishop, both of those bishops now making some serious threats in towards black's position.
Yeah, it's interesting how white bishops are both still on the Norderbeck's half of the board, being not so aggressive, but they actually make more damage than the black bishops, which are both actually on his side, so more advanced. But yeah, it's not how close they are, but how powerful they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also note how each move that Abdusattorov makes comes with a threat. That is really, really impressive play because he poses problems for Fabi with each single move, forcing him to play according to what Norderbeck wants,
And
making it quite
it's paying
difficult
off for
to.
him.
Mm-hmm.
He's got
Yeah,
the
he's slowly
initiative
winning.
now on the board, the eval bar in his favor. He's got the time advantage on the clock. He's putting tremendous pressure on Caruana here.
Yeah, the last few moves, he only spent 1 minute on all of them, which could indicate that he is partially still in some prep, maybe not exactly that order of moves, but at least until Queen A4, I think it's quite safe to say that he was in his prep, which probably also means that some of the ideas were prepared ahead, so he did not need to calculate that much. But
And
yeah, obviously he is very strong, and yeah.
yeah, Fabiano Caruana is renowned as being one of the best prepared opening players in the world. So Abdusattorov's feat here of playing an opening idea that Caruana was not familiar with and using that idea to gain the advantage, that's really, really impressive from the youngster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course, very commendable play. It's really amazing to see him play. But he also played amazing chess in the Chess 960 event, where he even won a game against Magnus Carlsen, which means it's not just the openings that Nuremberg is strong at. It's also his general chess and understanding of the position.
And look at this, he gets rewarded for his play. Fabiano doesn't dare playing queen d4. He must have disliked the endgame that then arises with these two
After bishop
bishops
f4,
pointing down on black's pawns.
I
So
cannot
in,
blame him.
for sure not, but the alternative, bishop to d4 that Fabiano played, this means that now Fabi is simply down a pawn. There's an extra pawn for white in the center of the board, and that feels really good for Abdusattorov.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he also comes with more threats. He is now pointing at the weakness of the d file, where the rook might come to d1, pinning the bishop and asking questions to the queen. Plus, bishop f4 is still also in as the idea to attack on c7. So yeah, I'm really curious to see how Fabiano is going to diffuse all of these threats.
Well, at this point, I guess it's not really about diffusing. Now he's sacrificed a pawn, so now he's got to make threats of his own. If not, then being down a pawn is just gonna lose him the game. So right now, Fabiano has retreated his bishop to attack the white queen. The white queen will move out of the way. And then I guess knight to g4. The knight takes over the bishop's placement. The knight working together with the black bishop in the center, trying to make threats in towards the white king. But I think if Abdusattorov just calmly defends against the threats, the extra pawn may be his route to victory in this game.
Yeah, the most logical move here is probably to retreat the rook back to f1. And of course, it could feel like a waste of a tempo to bring the rook back. But at the same time, playing e3, I don't like e3 due to closing your own bishop and not allowing it to go to this nice square on f4. Oh yeah, he did play rook f4.
Yeah, so Abdusattorov is completely agreeing with you, Maria. He didn't like to push this pawn forward. He wants to have the option of getting his bishop out, and he does instead use simply his rook back to where it came from. Sometimes it feels bad undoing one of your earlier moves. So we remember here, Abdusattorov played rook to f1, from f1 to e1, and now a couple of moves later he's going back and regretting that decision. But so much have happened since, and he's won a pawn. At this point, it's just about consolidating his position, making sure that he doesn't get checkmated, and then he's going to try to win the game, utilizing that extra pawn he's gained in the meantime.
Yeah, indeed, the rook played a major role in not only winning a pawn, but also getting back the pawn that he sacrificed at the beginning. And now the rook can retreat and play another important role in defending the king while keeping the pawn structure intact and allowing him to decide later how to develop his pawns, while the bishop, of course, also is allowed to roam freely and go to either f4. And now we see the late b5. It's not hanging.
No, I think this is a really good try from Fabiano. He realizes that he's down a pawn. He just needs to aggressively make threats against white's position. And here, even though there are two white pieces pointing towards the b5 pawn, if this pawn is captured, then black has the very clever bishop takes pawn check, giving up the bishop and the knight in trade for a rook. But the thing here is that after the trade of queens in the center and after the trade knight for rook, even though white has temporarily gained a knight and bishop in trade for a rook, what has happened in the meantime is because the queens were traded off, there's no more defense from white's queen to the white knight, meaning that Fabiano actually can capture the knight and getting out of that trouble by having a rook in trade for 2 pawns and a bishop. So very clever trick from Fabiano. And then this b5 move also has the intention of moving the bishop to c4 afterwards. So bishop f4 from Abdusattorov. Now I'm expecting Fabiano to use that square he gained for the bishop to put pressure in towards the white queen.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Fabiano might have a chance to get back into play, and Abdusattorov needs to decide what to do, either with his queen or somehow to prevent this from happening. And yes, Hikaru is going to be playing the late title Tuesday on Twitch, guys. So don't miss it. It's something to look forward to for all of us.
Indeed, Fabiano has played this bishop to c4 move. He's got these bishops well centralized, putting pressure in towards the white position. And I guess in the next couple of moves, we'll have a better understanding of whether these bishops are able to make enough threats on white's position for Fabiano to save himself from what seems to be a tricky spot.
Yeah, so where does the queen now go? I guess he needs to keep it. Oh, queen f5. He prefers to play every move with an attacking, with attack, with a tempo, attacking the knight now.
Yeah, but it's a good strat. If it works, why change it? The question I have here is what happens if the black bishop trades for the white knight, and as white recaptures, then maybe bishop takes pawn. The bishop then regains the pawn that black was down, attacks the rook, and defends the knight. However, it does seem it does seem that after rook e1, the bishop is under attack, and the bishop is unable to keep the protection of the knight on g4. So Fabiano opts
there is g6. Sorry,
yeah, Fabiano
there was
opts for but Fabiano opts for a different move. He decides not to go for the trade immediately, and instead he offers the queen trade. But his queen then also indirectly protecting the knight behind the queen as well.
Yeah, so now Nuremberg can either take the queen. He can also maybe defend. Well, if he defends on e4, then I think your idea will become working. Takes, and then take on c3, and then take on e2. Or not. No, I think it's the same problem.
I think I maybe lost you there.
Well, if white defends bishop e4.
Bishop e4, yeah. Both defending and threatening checkmate.
And threatening h7. Maybe just knight f6 simply. And then the threat is bishop c3 and bishop e2.
Yeah, lots of threats to deal with here for white. Abdusattorov,
all these bishops in one line.
Abdusattorov decides to go for the queen trade immediately, and afterwards he just kicks the black knight back. H3 attacking the knight steps back, and now rook to c1. So Abdusattorov is saying, oh, go ahead, be my guest, capture my knight. I'll recapture with my rook. You're very happy to capture my pawn on e2 as well, because I have all of these threats along the diagonal and down towards the black c7 pawn. So I
Yeah,
think
and
there's a
still,
chance at this point that Fabiano will be able to regain his pawn, but there's an issue of lacking
losing it again.
stuff afterwards.
But
Knight
note
h
how, yeah, sorry.
Knight h5 puts pressure on the white bishop, and here Abdusattorov doesn't manage to save his bishop. He plays e3, counterattacking the black bishop, and now a trade, knight for bishop, has been made. And it feels like that was in Fabiano's favor, but maybe my instincts are failing me on this occasion.
I just want to note how Noderbeck played rook f to c1 and not rook a to c1, which is usually is more likely to be played to keep the other rook available for the center, which indicates that either he was already preparing to play bishop f1, or he has some plans for the rook on a1.
Yeah, I think it was a concern with Black's bishop pointing down on this rook that caused him to choose that rook for the task. But it's working out for him. Like you said, now he had this square available for the white bishop afterwards, and he's trading off the black bishop pair. The bishops working together can be really, really strong, but here they're getting traded off. Black cannot avoid this trade without losing the pawn behind the bishop. So Norderbeck is doing a great job here of getting trades and preserving the extra pawn he's had now for quite some time.
And potentially winning one more on the way.
Yeah, the pawn on c4 now, a big problem. And also, the knight is a much more flexible piece than the bishop in this circumstance. Bishops really thrive when there's pawns on both sides of the board, and you need to be able to go from one flank to the other in no time at all. But here, because of the black pawns now being captured along the c file, this is the kind of position where the knight is actually better. Because the knight has the flexibility of attacking both the dark and the light squares.
Plus, it also has so many outposts in this position.
Yeah.
On g5, on e5. Yeah.
This is an excellent demonstration of just that. The knight just creeping in towards the heart of Black's position.
Yeah, it's just absolutely flawless play by Abdusattorov in this game. Not sure what Fabi can even do here.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much over. An amazing game from the youngster. Like this pawn on a3, it may not look much right now, but give it a couple of moves and that guy is going all the way to become a new queen. It's being supported by the rook behind the pawn, which is perfect when you're trying to push the pawn to become a new queen.
Wow. Yeah, already almost a piece advantage that is given by the engine to Abdusattorov.
And look at this, the knight is coming in as well. The pawn on c7, it's impossible to protect. Like you can move your rook up to try and defend, but then another rook comes in to attack, and that guy will be captured very soon.
But also this bishop on f6 is completely useless in either defending the pawn or trying to stop the a pawn. These
Oh
pawns
yeah,
on f4 and e3 are just perfectly placed to completely paralyze the bishop on the king side.
and speaking of the a pawn, here it goes.
We're already on a5.
Might go even further. Maybe first rook to c6 and then pawn to a6. Just making sure it's being protected on its way forward.
And also to completely paralyze the black pieces. And indeed, he plays it.
It's looking very good for Abdusattorov. He's about to well, he's not going to win this match just yet. A reminder to everyone that we do play a 4-game match. So even though the Uzbek youngster is going to have a 1.5 to a half lead, he's still going to have to prove his worth in 2 more games to take down Caruana. But if he succeeds, he will be the only player other than Hikaru Nakamura to have defeated Fabiano Caruana in this Champions Chess Tour season. Caruana has been amazing so far this year, but Abdusattorov is showcasing that he has the skills to deal with amazing players.
Yeah, and Fabiano now doesn't really have any useful moves. He just played bishop d8, but then put the bishop on e7, just not knowing what else to do. So Nederbeck is planning to play rook to e7, I suppose.
Yeah, knight to d4 is interesting. He's trying to prevent the black rook from attacking in from behind. It does lead to this situation, though, where rook a2. I thought he was about to lose his prized possession, the pawn on a6, but I was completely wrong. Rook to a2, that just simply defends the pawn, keeping the tension between these two rooks. And now knight to b5 is going to decide the game in Abdusattorov's favor. Incredible play here. Knight b5, also a very nice finishing touch, allowing the black rook to capture white's rook. But it's more important for white to take out the other rook, because it's the other black rook that is blocking the white pawn from becoming a new queen. Exquisite play here. And maybe now knight c6.
Knight anywhere wins.
Yeah. A very classy finish, giving up the knight to distract the rook so that the rook is not able to stop the pawn from becoming a new queen. A wonderful, wonderful game by Norderbeck Abdusattorov, and he takes the win. It's confirmed. Game over. Caruana has resigned, and Norderbeck takes the lead in the match. We're going to jump on to another game going on right now. And it is the one between the Nakamura killer, Jordan van Foreest, and the lowest ranked player in the field, Dmitry Kollars. Although here it does seem like the lower ranked player is about to lose. Kollars is down with 1 pawn, but he's also facing a disaster with the black pawns running up the board through the center.
Yeah, very familiar situation to the previous game, but the tables turned. This time it's Van Foreest who is going to promote to a queen and has a massive advantage. And super active pieces, very active king, which is coming to nibble on the b5 pawn. And his bishop is also doing great job both supporting his pawn on d4 and attacking h4 pawn. He's just grabbing it, so this game is very, very close to finish.
And
And
now the black
the
rooks are
will be
also
even.
attacking the white king. Dmitry Kollars is giving away his last pawn, and that means we went quickly there from black being up 1 pawn to black being up 3 pawns. And there is no hope for the white player. He resigns the game, meaning that Jordan van Foreest equalizes the match. So it's 1-1 between the two players who made upset victories yesterday against Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja, while the big pre-tournament favorites, other than Hikaru, Fabiano Caruana and Abdusattorov, sees the young Uzbek having the lead after 2 games. There's another 2 games coming up in these matches, so stay with us. If you're looking for Hikaru, unfortunately, his run in this ChessKid Cup has come to an end, but we will be seeing more of him. Already today, Hikaru will be playing in the late title Tuesday, starting in approximately 3 hours. So stick around for more top level chess, and when the top level chess is over, then we'll get, well, kind of even topper because Hikaru's getting on. Well, you get my drift. See you around, everyone, after this break. We're back from the ChessKid Cup of the Champions Chess Tour. We have this semi-final of the winners bracket between Fabiano Caruana and Nordirbek Abdusattorov. Abdusattorov just won an amazing game to take the lead in this matchup. And now the onus will be on Caruana to strike back. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer, and I'm joined by Maria Emilianova. And Maria, we've got a very combative opening here. Abdusattorov going for the French defense, creating a doubled pawn in Caruana's camp early on, but Caruana now also trying to attack against the black king side.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very sharp position immediately. Fabiano, of course, will be trying to strike back to get back even with Abdusattorov, who won the previous game in a majestical style. While Abdusattorov is not going to be trying to just play passively and try to get a draw, he is also going to play his usual attacking creative chess. So this is going to be really amazing game to watch. And so the pawn makes it all the way to h5, and Abdusattorov, of course, has no other option but to block it with h6. So I wonder what will be next, because Fabi cannot really afford to open up his king side completely by following g4, g5, because his king will be then not really certain where to hide in the future. His queen side is a little bit open. So yeah, do you think we will see more of pawn advances here?
Definitely seeing more pawn advances, but like you say, it's a question of when to do it. I find these kind of positions super interesting. I know that one of the main plans for black is to go king d7, queen g8, and queen h7 to have that queen pointing together with the bishop towards the c2 pawn. I also think that black goes either f5 or g5 at some point. And I guess it makes sense that you move your queen over here and then get another rook kind of following the queen. It's just a kind of crazy opening middle game we have ahead. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how the players cope with it. Because frankly, I think I might learn something here from the plans they utilize.
Yeah, it's indeed a very, very interesting plan with queen g8, queen h7 that you pointed out. I had no idea about it, and well, I don't really play French and don't like to play against the French, but yeah, I can see why it is quite popular, because yeah, the pawn on c2 is definitely a huge weakness in the white's position. Plus, they really need to find a shelter for the king, while the black king probably would be quite safe on d7. But Nordirbek is going for something completely different. He
Yeah,
is castling long side.
he castles queenside, but keeps his queen on the d7 square. So Abdusattorov feels that his queen is best just staying close to the king, and I respect that point of view. Now the question becomes, how do you deal with this aggression that Fabiano has going on the king side? And like I said, I think normally you go either f5 or g5. That's not really going to be possible here because white's pawn are so their pawns are so aggressively placed. So I feel like here maybe it's going to be either g6 or f6. Yeah, no, but the problem is that if the position opens up, then white is the one better place to benefit. So, okay, rook to f8 clearly indicates that Abdusattorov is about to play f6.
Yeah, that makes sense. While white, I like the idea of knight h4 for Fabi, preparing if f6 happens, his knight can jump on g6. And
Yeah,
plus,
but
he
that
also
that square
has
is already protected by the knight. So I would be concerned about something like f5 here. Like Fabi could potentially play g5, but then the position is going to be really close down on the king side. And we talked about this earlier, how the bishops don't really like having lots of pawns on the board because the pawns will often block the bishop's
Mhm.
diagonals. So, okay, queen to d2 from Fabi. King to b7. King to. Fabiano deciding to keep his king on the king side is making it more intriguing for black to try and open up on the king side. I feel like this rook to f8 move, the idea was to kind of pretend like you're playing f6, but not actually commit yourself to that decision. So I guess now that the king has moved over to kind of say, okay, I'm gonna be staying here on the king side, this is the best timing for black to open up for the rook pointing down.
Yeah, indeed, f6 looks good. And yeah, as you said, f5 would be blocking the position too much. So Abdusattorov is likely to go for something more.
Well, I assume Fabiano needs to capture now because
Does he?
if Fabiano instead moves his rook over to the king side, then Abdusattorov would have the option of playing f5, which completely shuts down the position for white's
But
bishops.
does he need to shut it down that much? Because the okay, so the bishops will be shut down, but with all the pawns still on the board, his knights also don't really have much to do. The only weakness in Fabi's position is c2, but how to get to it?
Well, c2 and a3, I would argue.
Okay, fair,
And
but
maybe
then
the
even if
the
you put
white
your
king.
But you cannot get to the king if the position is so closed. And
Yeah.
in maybe in the best case scenario, he can reroute his knight to b5, but even that probably is going to be easy to manage for white.
Yeah.
So maybe
And it
Abdusattorov is looking for more.
well, it seems like he agrees with your assessment, which brings me back to the point I made earlier that these positions are so strategic and in kind of intense that
Mhm.
I feel like I'm gonna be learning something here. My instinct would have been to play f5, but Abdusattorov just keeps the tension, and he's planning to double his rooks now. I think he's gonna have both his rooks pointing down towards the white king. Very intriguing play
Yeah, indeed.
from
And he
both
still has
players.
an option of f5. Okay, he did double them. Fabi immediately responds with king g2. Interesting that the king seems to be running away to another shelter.
Now a5.
A5.
It's interesting
He
that
probably wants to play knight of a7 b5.
ooh, that's a good plan. Ooh, that's a very nice plan.
And then he can play knight c6 and queen e7 to attack the pawn twice.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah, so
Fabi's still
Fabi
focusing.
really wants g5 is his plan probably. No, g5 would be too crazy or not.
I'm guessing. I mean, at some point, I think he would like to capture the pawn on f6 to try and open up the position for his bishops. He
Mhm.
might also consider just knight to g6. Mm,
Is f5 possible for white?
No,
It
I don't
would be
think so.
dropping
If f5, then you lose. You don't have enough protection here in the center. Oh,
But
but
then you open
actually, yeah, no,
diagonal.
because our plan was to go knight to a7, right? You
He's
had this really nice
preventing it.
plan, but then there's
Mm-hmm.
no more tension in the center, and then maybe you can go f5.
Uh-huh.
trying
And then
to
if
open up
black
for these
takes,
bishops.
yeah, if black takes, then indeed the pawn on d4 will capture and the diagonal will be exposed. Yeah, so now he needs to consider that whether he wants to allow f5 or not.
Yeah, well, actually, you can just take on f5, and that's an extra pawn.
He did
Wow,
play knight
no,
e7.
this position is crazy difficult. But this is definitely the kind of position where black could win just through, better maneuvering than white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And
And
it's
I
the
want to
first time
remind
that, yeah.
everyone that if Abdusattorov wins this game, the match is over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Uh,
no Armageddon and not even the game 4. It's a
yeah.
best of 4, and currently Abdusattorov is leading with 1.5 against the half. So, what will you do, Fabi? F5 or not? If he does not play f5, then Onodorbiak probably will get a decisive advantage. Knight
You
b5
think?
comes with, yeah, I think it's very hard to defend. So say knight b5, queen c1, you
Well,
already
you
drop
can't go queen
c3.
c1. Yeah.
You have to go queen c1 immediately then.
Well, I mean, you can go rook a1.
Rook a1, fair, but then
But then
another knight.
there are two important white pieces defending pawns that's being attacked by, a black knight. It means that the black knight is single-handedly making sure that neither the queen nor the rook can contribute on what's going on the king side. Let's see what happens. Bishop f3 played by Fabiano. Knight to b5 does come in. And then rook to a1. Fabiano actually does go passive here with both his rook and queen in defensive positionings.
King a6, now another waiting move. I'm just
Yeah.
wondering, what if knight c6 and queen e7?
Well, if knight to c6, you lose the knight's control of the g6 square. So then you would be allowing the white knight to jump forward.
Yeah, that's the problem.
But I'm thinking I'm back to my plan of f5. If I now shut down everything, then black is going to benefit from having the rooks, both rooks on the king side, while one of the white rooks is now busy on the other side of the board. So if you manage to open up somehow, then that can benefit black because the white rook here is busy and cannot contribute in the attacks over on the king side.
Yeah, what a complex position.
I want to
Seems
start
like
playing
all
the
the pieces are
French.
there, but yeah. I
Yeah,
and
I mean,
I don't like French more now.
No, but this is super interesting and it's very strategic. It feels very much up my alley. My problem is just that I can't play these variations because I'm so scared of this like queen to g4 capturing this pawn really early on. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to after the tournament today. I'm gonna spend some time investigating this French opening. I want to play the French like Abdusattorov. If he takes down Fabi in 3 games, then he's gonna be my new opening hero.
Well, I definitely don't regret taking his side in predictions.
Yeah, no, you're gonna win that one. Because now Fabi really struggled to find any kind of good ideas here. Like he's passive with his rook, he's passive with his queen, and he decides to make the trade between the pawns. But now, when black recaptures, what is he gonna be? One of the issues making this trade with the white pawn is that now the white pawn is no longer controlling the d6 square. So now after like rook takes, maybe black can get the queen to d6 and attack down towards the e3 pawn, but the queen can also attack towards the f4 pawn, and you can also try and use that square for your knight to try and suddenly land your knight in the middle of the board on this e4 square, where it looks absolutely amazing.
Yeah, great point. Great point. The pawn on e5 was very crucial for disrupting some sort of cooperation between the pieces in the black camp. And now giving Norderbeck back the square on d6 allows him so much more maneuvering. And also potentially winning the pawn on a3 or c3 after queen d6.
So now the big question.
Already win pawn.
Well, the thing is, he can't really ever take this pawn. So now I'm guessing Fabiano's going to go king g2, just getting the king off the queen's diagonal. And now if the knight captures the pawn, then queen attacks the knight. And if the knight moves, the bishop is lost. So I don't think he can ever really capture this pawn. But I mean, there's other things that's super tempting. Like if I'm Abdusattorov here, I want to sacrifice my rook. All of White's pieces are kind of clumsy. Like I would be so tempted to just brute force sacrifice. But I'm lacking a follow-up plan. But I would want to try to capture these pawns in the future.
Yeah, because otherwise our bishop on a4 is also stuck, and we cannot bring it to play on the king side.
Norderbeck went for it. He did sacrifice his rook.
Wow! Immediately.
Yeah.
Well,
he's going for the win here. He's trying to decide this match right here and now. He could have just sit there, try and just do nothing, and the game would likely have ended in a draw. But here he's going aggressive. He's sacrificing, playing really spectacular chess, not being afraid of losing, and instead thinking, I'm gonna play some cool chess and I'm gonna try and win some games in style.
Wow. Well, I hope it works for him, because I really want to see this game unfold in the way that Black wants, because it's going to be really interesting. Okay, so he's heading over to e4, it seems.
Yeah. Well, this knight will also be attacking in towards the pawns protecting the white king.
Much. He will just move the rook away. Maybe f7 and then followed by knight f6, e4. Well, knight e4 immediately does not make much sense because white can trade it.
Yeah, but I'm actually not liking Norderbeck's position right now, because the white knight is about to get to the e5 square. It's an amazing placement for the knight. It's also attacking the rook. And it's making sure that the black queen is unable to make threats down towards the white king.
And and also Fabi can now force a draw probably with returning to g6.
Well, that's not necessarily the case, because if knight to g6, maybe the rook just moves away. Oh no, because
but then maybe queen f4 and trade the queens, and white even might be better here.
Good point, but there's no chance Fabi is going for the draw. Fabi is down in the match, and if this game ends in a draw, Fabi has a must-win situation with the black pieces, which is all the more reason why Abdusattorov's sacrifice is so wild. The guy just needed to hold on, make a draw, and then have a must-win situation for Fabi Fabi having the black pieces in the last game. The amount of guts it took by Abdusattorov to go and try to decide the match right here, right now, is it's magical. The mental on this kid is just unreal. He's not afraid of anything.
Yeah, and he also does not change his style according to the match situation, which, well, it's commendable, but at the same time could be a little bit reckless. Like sometimes it's better to sit tight and allow your opponent to be nervously searching for the chances to play for a win and making mistakes rather than jump into the sea just of all these problems that arises with sacrificing an exchange here. It feels like black maybe was a little bit underprepared for this sacrifice.
Yeah, but you still gotta love the heart
Yeah.
of the
Yes,
decision
I
here.
do love it, but then I also love the kid to win tournaments, not just single games, right? I want him to do well overall, but I've seen a couple of times already how in the last round of the tournament he was not able to win, or how he was not able to convert a match because of his love for this um, adventurous play. It's definitely really great to watch, and definitely I love those games. But at the same time, to become a champion, you need also other things like strategy, the tournament strategy, the match strategy. So yeah, it's
You
the next
make
step. I
Yeah,
think.
you make
Yeah.
good points, but for now, I'm just happy seeing a kid not caring
Okay.
about any such things and just entertaining us with some incredible chess and some very brave sacrifices.
Yeah, more content for us indeed. But that's the same with players like Rapport, Artemiev. They always deliver amazing games, but then you rarely see them actually winning the tournaments. That's what I'm so upset about. But you cannot have both. You have to sacrifice something. So they are just artists.
We have a development. The white rook has left its defensive post, defending the pawn on a3, and is now trying to take out the pawn on e6 instead, in conjunction with the bishop and the two rooks. The computers is liking this decision for Fabiano, but there will now be a black pawn that is 4 steps away from becoming a new queen. So this game is still at the height of tension as Abdusattorov is about to capture pretty much the remaining white pawns on the queen side. The reason why this might be winning for Fabiano is because he still has this pawn on h5. And if he can just eliminate the black pawn on g7, there may be a free path for that pawn to become a new queen. We're going to see a race. We're going to see both players trying to get a new queen on separate sides of the board. And the question then becomes, who's first?
Yeah, but also after rook e6, the king on a6 suddenly becomes more vulnerable than we thought, because now both rooks can infiltrate to the king's to the back rank of the black and try to make some troubles there. So yeah, the position is becoming super sharp and very promising for Fabi.
I'm still gonna try and learn the French. I'm still very inspired
Okay.
by Norderbeck's opening. I'm not gonna have the heart he did and just sacrifice the rook without being completely sure that it's gonna be a winning plan for me. Instead, I'm going to utilize some of that old man cynicism you were talking about, and not take excessive risks after a good opening.
Well, sometimes you can follow your intuition and do that even in the blitz game, but here, if it was just a single game, I think I would still praise Noderbeck for that sacrifice. But in the match situation, I think it was highly unnecessary to do. With the black pieces in a comfortable position, with absolutely zero risk plus his advantage in the match, this was absolutely unnecessary, but still commendable. Still,
right now it does seem like his ambition and his risk taking is gonna come back to bite him. Abdusattorov has the lead 1.5 to 1/2 in this 4-game match. But Fabiano Caruana, who only lost matches against Hikaru Nakamura in this season of the Champions Chess Tour, right now it seems like the grand old man of this duel, at least, Fabiano Caruana, will be able to strike back, much thanks to the potential of this pawn on the side trying to become a new queen.
Sorry, it's just really strange for me to hear that you call an old man the guy who is 7 years younger than me.
The old man of this matchup, I specifically added. Okay, now the race may begin.
The king probably moves further to help the pawns.
I mean, I was going to say it will probably go back because then it can attack the bishop. But yeah, if it goes back, then the rook will come in with a check while also...
I think king b5 is... I mean, he will lose on b6, but it's not about pawns anymore.
Yeah, no, pawns were not counting. It's just about this guy moving forward or this guy moving forward.
Yeah. It's just about who is faster. Yeah, the problem is that Abdusattorov's pieces are a little bit clumsy, as you said. His bishop on a4, blocking its own pawn. So he will have to take on c2, but he needs to remove his knight first, so he doesn't lose one of the pieces. Now they're trading even.
Was this trade? What just happened?
What? Did he forget to take the bishop?
No, he did that on purpose, no? Abdusattorov could have captured a free bishop with his king or his knight. Instead, he moves his knight into the center of the board? What is this?
What is his idea, that the bishop moves away, he plays king c3, takes the pawn.
Well, knight f6, I'm guessing. Knight f6 defends the pawn on d5 and also attacks the pawn on h5. But you're down an entire rook, dude.
Yeah.
Can we play chess like this? I mean, he's basically saying...
Fabi is in shock. Fabi is completely shocked. He is still thinking.
I mean... Abdusattorov is basically saying this pawn on h5 is so important that I'm going to sacrifice my knight against it.
And what, play without the rook and the bishop?
Yeah.
What the heck?
He's going to play king c3 next, and then king takes c2. And if the moment Fabiano captures on g7, he will sacrifice his knight on... I mean...
Okay, but I'm still not buying it.
No, I mean, this looks like madness, no?
Okay, he's taking on c2, right? And he has two passed pawns, but one of them is stopped by the bishop.
So, like, king
where is
c3
the win?
now,
Rook
g1.
It's not...
I mean, he's gonna have to sacrifice his knight.
It's crazy that computer only gives +2 in this position.
I mean, there's got to be some way the rook and bishop can stop these pawns, right? Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I'm not a
I
believer.
am not buying this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no.
People don't play chess like this, Nuremberg. It's not. Come on, he cannot reinvent chess for us just like that out of the
And look
blue.
at this from Caruana. Very nice. Instead of going after the pawn on g5, he's going after the knight.
He's
And
playing without the rook and the bishop, dude.
the guy hasn't even managed to capture the pawn on c2. He doesn't even have like a clear passed pawn here. He has the pawn on a5, but that one's being blocked
Come
by the
on,
bishop.
where is the resignation?
Wow. And Fabi is still kind of shell shocked. He's like, what is going on? Why are we still playing?
I mean, he cannot take that pawn anymore. And yeah, Fabi can sack a bishop for a pawn even now and still probably will be winning. This is insane.
Yeah, no, like king c3, bishop takes d5. b5, bishop moves away. Rook attacks both pawns. It's over. It's over. King c3, bishop takes. Pawn pushes forward. I mean, there's no way, right? Rook f3 seems like a good computer suggestion. Fabiano is spending his time here, but he just wants to double check. There's no way he's not winning with a rook and a bishop.
Yeah, imagine the embarrassment. You have two pieces and your opponent still wins or draws. Even a draw will be an embarrassment.
But I think it's fair to say Fabiano Caruana is going to win this game. And with that win, he will equalize the match. Abdusattorov still has the advantage of the white pieces in the final game. But the way he's been playing, he's been taking enormous risks, both with white and with black. So there's absolutely chances for Caruana to make a back-to-back victory, getting the match win in the end. Of course, also possible is Abdusattorov just continuing his amazing play and managing to win the final game as well. So we're in for a treat in the end of this matchup. We also have a match going on between Jordan van Foreest, who beat Hikaru yesterday. He's facing off against Dmitry Kollars, who managed to beat Alireza Firouzja yesterday. Dmitry, he had an amazing start to that matchup, winning the first game with the black pieces. But I'm sad to say that in the following two games, he's lost twice in a row. First with the white pieces and now with the black pieces. So Jordan van Foreest has the lead 2-1 in that match. And the winner of that match will be automatically qualified for the next Champions Chess Tour, which happens in July.
Yeah, but here it's still going. Fabiano is down to 40 seconds. I mean, Nuremberg did some progress. He pushed one pawn further. But okay, one more. I mean, he's improving his position.
Yeah, but like he has,
It's crazy, but
he has nothing he can do now. If the pawn progresses, then there's so many white pieces that can just sacrifice themselves. And if he tries to get his king up, then he loses the pawn on b4. Yeah. Oh, what? Oi. Now he's trying to make a decoy. But the problem is, even the decoy doesn't work. Like, worst case, you can just take this pawn.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean it's impossible that it works. Black would need two more pawns to make it work here.
Two more pawns, it probably would work, though. Is the amazing truth of it. Okay, here the rook takes down the far advanced pawn, and Abdusattorov resigns the game. He's unable to protect his buddies because Fabiano did have his bishop. Without the bishop, Fabiano probably would have lost this game, but he always did have the bishop, so that becomes very much a hypothetical. We're going to take a break now, and we'll be back with the final games of this winner bracket semifinal. We're back with the ChessKid Cup of the Champions Chess Tour. This is the semifinal of the winners bracket. The winner of these matchups will automatically qualify into the next Champions Chess Tour event, as well as positioning themselves very well to win this entire cup. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm joined by Maria Emelianova, and this is the fourth and final game in an exciting match, currently tied between Fabiano Caruana and Nordirbek Abdusattorov. Maria, what are your expectations for this final game?
I think it might be a little quieter. The calm after the storm. I'm sure that Nordirbek did not expect that game, the game number 3, to finish that way, and we expected it even less. Anyone who did not see it, you must see the entire game. It's really interesting. The way it finished was really interesting, and I'm sure that both players don't mind also going into Armageddon. I feel like they have more or less similar chances in that format. So here, of course, Abdusattorov plays with white pieces, so he will not go into quick draw for sure, but I don't expect him to play as crazy lines as we've seen before.
And we see he actually repeated the opening of the second game, the game he managed to win. And here, Fabiano Caruana is the one to deviate from an opening where Abdusattorov sacrificed a pawn and managed to win in fantastic style. Caruana is the one trying to play something calmer, something more solid. But the Uzbek youngster here comes up with queen to d3. I gotta admit, I have never seen this move before. Queen to c2, quite standard. Queen to d3, I've never seen. And as such, the game gets a really unusual style from the get-go.
In fact, this move has been played before by a few players, including the world champion, Ding Liren, and also Alireza Firouzja. It does feel strange saying world champion, but not Magnus Carlsen, right?
Yeah. I was
it.
even wondering if you misspoke. I was like, oh, is she gonna remember that there's a new world champion? But you had it under control. I'll see how many times I mess up. Well, the thing is, if you do mess up and call Magnus the world champion, he is still champion in what, Blitz and Rapid? Did he win both?
Both Blitz and Rapid, yes.
Yeah. So he is world champion at something chess related. Still
something chess related, exactly. But actually Fabiano is very familiar with this opening because he was the one playing with the black pieces against Alireza, and it was just last year, and he actually managed to win the game.
Okay.
But yeah, it was actually him who deviated by playing b6 after queen d3. He played a different move against Alireza. He played c5 in that game.
Well, then I bet he studied the opening and decided that pawn to b6 was the best way to deal with this. So actually, I guess we're finding out that Fabiano Caruana is extremely well prepared, even in openings I haven't seen before.
And also for a couple more moves, they followed another game by Ding Liren against Anish Giri. And then Fabiano again deviated, and instead of the move that was played by Anish, which is bishop a6, he played bishop b7. So I think he did study it multiple times, and he did improve all of the games that happened before.
Okay. We get this position, and Abdusattorov decides to trade in the center. There was actually quite a nice trap in this instance. If Abdusattorov tried to occupy the center with his pawns taking control in towards black's half, then Fabiano would have had the trade of knights followed by knight to c5, a really nice trick exploiting the fact that the black queen is pinning the white pawn, so that the white pawn is unable to capture the knight, and then the knight will have a nice double attack in towards the center. But that was avoided by trading in the middle first. Afterwards, white gets their bishop out. But now, see this aggression from Caruana. First c5, getting the pawns involved in the fight for the middle. And potentially also this pawn could advance further to attack the queen. Abdusattorov tries to avoid that by playing his pawn one step up, taking control of that c4 square. But then a5 from Caruana sees his pawns getting involved very aggressively here in two moves, one after another.
Well, actually, I will surprise you, but up until move a5, we were still in a theory from a game played by Grishuk Aronian, but with an interesting different move order back in like moves 4-5. So it came back to the theory on the 10th move.
Wow.
When the pieces came back together, and they were following this game until Noderbeck played rook to d1.
Rook
That's
to d1
crazy.
is what he did here. And then Fabiano
And
just continues.
Grishuk played a4 in his game against Levon, and the game finished in a draw.
Okay, so we're following high-level chess having been played previously. The black pawn creating some pressure in towards the white pawn. Essentially just going for trades, though, I would say. Like if now Norderbeck does something like h4, push the pawn on the side of the board, like Fabi would probably just trade the pawns, open up between the rooks on the side, and maybe even just trade the rooks. We could easily get a lot of trades here. But, okay, we're not getting trades because Abdusattorov is a bit of a stud. We saw it in the previous game. He sacrificed his rook for a bishop at a point where he definitely did not need to do that. And here he moves his rook out of the corner in towards the middle, probably to avoid some potential trades along that side file.
Well, he definitely will try to press with the white pieces. There is absolutely no reason for him to risk going into Armageddon when he has a comfortable position with the white pieces. But at the same, and he also has more time on the clock, which indicates that it's not only Fabia, whom, of course, we rightfully praise for great preparation. He was also very well prepared because he also was playing all these moves quite quickly, which means they're both familiar with this theory. So I'd say still Noderbeck is slight favorite in this game, so that's why he avoided that trade. And now he needs to move the queen out of this pin, because it's quite an annoying pin.
The rook looking at the queen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he did move it. Sorry.
And now I think one of the best plans for Abdusattorov would be to go h4 at some point. And one of the great things about this h4 move is that it takes control of the g5 square, which means that the knight can get to g5 and try to work together with the queen with some checkmating ideas in towards the black king.
That's a great idea. Which means black probably will have to play h6, therefore weakening the king's position, and then later he might even consider moves like queen d2 with the idea of taking on h6 and then creating more threats, right? But of
Yeah.
course, currently the pawn on b3 is in danger, so he will need to take care of that. But yeah, weakening the king is always a good idea.
Other plans for white would be to, well, I really think white would love to move this knight out of the way so that you could also open up for the bishop to put pressure in towards the center. And that kind of just, it gets me back to wanting to go h4, because then I would be able to move the knight away. I would make attacking threats, but I would also opening up, coordinate my rook and bishop together towards black's central pawn.
And of course, you can play knight e5 instead, but then it's such a pity to trade the knight using two moves, while black only made one move for the knight on d7. So you actually lose one move for this trade. But yeah, he goes for h4. He heard you. And now Fabiano could play h6 to prevent knight g5.
And he does.
Yes, he did. Yeah. So now, yeah, Netherbeck still can play knight e5 to, as you said, to get the knight out of the way for the bishop. He also can attack the rook.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, could we ever manage to play g4? Having seen Norderbeck in the previous
please
game,
no.
having seen him in the
No.
previous game, we know that he's willing to take some risks going for the win.
Some risks.
A move like g4, if we could go g5 afterwards, that could create some attacking chances against the black king. The problem with g4 is that then black can capture the pawn on h4. But maybe we could like play this like a sacrifice, luring the black queen away from its defensive position, and then have our queen come in and start making lots of threats towards the black position.
Sure, sacrificing a pawn or two is not a problem after what we've seen in the previous game.
Yeah. Okay. Instead, the queen goes in a different direction. The queen trying to chase back the black rook and succeeding in that with the rook retreating. The knight to e5. Okay, so he does open up for the bishop to attack in towards the center. Feels sensible to me. And I'm going to guess that Fabi is not going to trade the knights. I think the trade of knights would only benefit white, because then you would also be able to open up for your rook to attack towards that d5 pawn. So I'm predicting that Fabiano plays knight to f6, which reinforces the protection of that important central pawn.
Yeah, and then of course white can also always consider to capture c5 and play against the hanging pawns c5 and d5.
Yeah, and maybe I'm just suggesting ideas here. Maybe now g4.
All right, okay. Sure.
Because now with the knight defending the pawn on d5, it would be very beneficial for us to chase this knight away now that we have both the rook and bishop open for that attack towards the d5 pawn. Okay, computer doesn't like it, but what do computers know about chess?
Yeah,
they have no heart.
They would never sacrifice an exchange and then the bishop like Netherbeck did. Like, what? Computers are useless. Yeah. No entertainment.
They're useless at predicting Abdusattorov's moves, at the very least.
Yes, that's true. But now I'm failing to find ideas other than this g4 that you planted in my head.
Okay, first off, I guess,
comes to mind.
yeah, we first got to check what Fabi does, because Fabi didn't go for my knight to f6 move. Instead, now he's pointing everything he's got in towards this white knight. And it turns out if the white knight trades for the black knight, then this bishop is perfectly placed, pointing down towards the white queen. So instead, Norderbeck plays b4. Really, really good move. I don't think Fabiano had seen this b4 move. I think white now has a significant advantage. The reasoning here is just making a threat in towards the black pawn. And if the black pawn tries to push forward, then white can exploit the positioning of the bishops on the long diagonal by capturing the black pawn. And black is unable to capture back because that would open up for the white bishop to capture blacks.
True.
So now after b4, the threat of pawn takes pawn is very difficult to deal with. If black captures the white pawn, then that would open up for the rook on the c file. And it would also leave a lot of black's pawns unable to protect each other and work together as a unit.
Yeah, and the pieces are still a bit clumsy, but the white pieces are so much better placed.
Yeah, and lastly, the move recommended by the computer, pawn takes on d4, well then white would have this move knight to g4, attacking the bishop, and if the bishop tries to save itself, well then all of white's pieces are just working amazingly together, attacking in the center, on the flanks, and just everywhere. And so Fabiano here couldn't find a good answer, and he ends up capturing the pawn on b4, which we already looked at as being just very good for white. This b4 move is single-handedly winning the game for Abdusattorov. I think now he's going to play this move knight to c6, which disconnects the bishop's defense of the d5 pawn. And it leads to a very, very good position for white. But the computer even says that knight takes f7 was a winning move for white, sacrificing the knight and then coming in with the rook to attack both towards the bishop and towards the knight and king. Incredible stuff if he had found that. But this is just so unnecessary, sacrificing a knight for a tricky position when you have a good alternative that we analyzed. So this would have been crazy, but we weren't discounting the crazy ideas because we have seen from Norderbeck, that he is capable of crazy stuff. But here he's
more capable. Yeah, he's more capable of these crazy sacrifices in game 3, but less in game 4.
Yeah, maybe. But here I think he's also this knight to c6 move is so good. Like he didn't need to calculate sacrificing the knight when he just could get a great position by getting his rook involved.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now the bishop is threatening on d5. Caruana tries to defend with his rook. But now queen can capture pawn. That seems quite... Oh no, actually queen captures pawn is not good because then the rook can capture the pawn in the middle.
Yeah, he can capture it, but maybe that pawn is just not so important with both rooks aligning on the c file. And
I would definitely prefer not to lose this pawn because here we have all these pawns next to each other working together as one unit. And if we lose one of those middle pawns, it breaks up the harmony of the white pawns working together.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm just trying to understand how do you deal with the threat rook. So yeah, if this rook e2 happens, rook c1 with the threat of rook c8.
Yeah,
Because if
that
you bring the
looks.
rook back, it's still rook c8. Or not. I guess they will have to take.
Yeah. Well, I guess getting a queen for two rooks is often okay for the two rooks.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then just rook back and we got not much. Or maybe there is a
Yeah.
better move, but
Well,
okay.
Abdusattorov in this initial position, he decided not to leave his queen's defense of the e2 pawn. And instead, he's activating his bishop, pointing it in towards the black knight. And now this black knight is having some issues. Fabiano decides to retreat. And now the computer is saying rook to c8 is massive in white's favor. Why is this so incredible? Are you just gonna trade the rooks?
No,
The
no,
queen,
queen e7, bishop d6.
bishop d6, trying to lure the queen away from the defense of the rook. And I was like, well, bishop d6 doesn't work because then the queen can just move up and capture
Mhm.
one of these white pawns. But it actually
But
turns
then
out
rook
that
f8.
now the trade of queens would be very beneficial with the rook and
Mm-hmm.
bishop working together against the black knight in the end. And Abdusattorov has found this. After rook to c8, Fabiano moves the queen away, but now bishop d6 is the winning move, getting an exclam from the chess.com analysis system. Fabiano is about to go down, and I gotta say, this is so deserved. Abdusattorov has been amazing in this matchup, and he definitely deserves winning it and potentially moving through to the winners final in this ChessKid Cup.
Yeah, and he's doing so without even any sacrifice, which is for a change. Well, of
Okay,
course, it's not over yet.
yeah. Let's not forget that I completely jinxed Hikaru yesterday in that endgame against Jordan von Foreest. I started talking about the Armageddon rules when I was certain the game was going to end in a draw, and then time scramble Hikaru got himself into trouble because the position with Hikaru was down a rook, and it wasn't as easy as I had thought it was. So let's
Mm-hmm.
not jinx poor Abdusattorov as well today. He now has an extra rook in trade for a pawn and a knight. But even more than that, like the black pawns are just so bad. They're not protecting each other. They're
Mm-hmm.
not working together. If we move one of
Yeah.
these black pawns forward and to the side, this would be like a winning position for black. But this is a losing position. The how the pawns work together just matters so much.
But what does Nuremberg need to do now to capitalize on this? Because currently everything is defended. This bishop and queen work perfectly together to defend the pawn on b4 and those the rook as well. Well, he needs to somehow activate maybe second rook. I was thinking something like rook c1, rook c8. But that is also not giving him much because he cannot attack on the knight with anything else.
Yeah,
Maybe
I'm
both
thinking the
rooks on
queen
c5,
to b5 maybe.
b5.
But the queen doesn't actually do
Maybe.
anything there and can just get chased
And
away.
once you move the queen away, you are risking that b3 will be possible.
Yeah.
I suppose b3 is possible anyway at the moment.
Okay, I guess we're starting to realize that this is not going to be so easy for oh, he's so good. He's so good. Bishop g2 attacks the pawn on d5. The disadvantage of this is that now there's no way back for the white rook. But
Oh, it's
Abdusattorov is
stuck.
just saying, well, I'll just give you back my rook. And then after takes back, then I'll be able to
Takes on
capture on
d5.
d5. I'll be able to capture on b4. And I'll probably win this with an extra pawn. And actually, wow, rook takes e7 gets a brilliant from chess.com. Giving up the rook for the bishop, but by capturing that bishop, you give your pieces so much more activity. First, the bishop gets an amazing position on d5, and then you'll be in a great spot to capture on b4 next.
Just when I said that Norderbeck got a winning position without any sacrifice, he decided to compensate for that.
Yes. Norderbeck was determined to win this match by sacrificing his rook for a bishop. He tried on the previous game, didn't work out, but on the second attempt now,
Yeah,
it is gonna.
Norderbeck Abdusattorov.
We'll work on that.
Yeah.
We got all week to work on that because this kid is gonna go all the way. Is my prediction. I think we're gonna be following his games throughout this week, and
Yeah.
frankly, he deserves it because he's delivering right now.
Yeah, but we also will see more of Fabiano for sure, even though Fabiano might be losing this game and the match. There will be a loser's bracket for him.
Yeah, but he will be facing Alireza Firouzja.
Uh-oh.
That's going to be a super tricky matchup tomorrow. Fabiano losing this match and then going up against Firouzja. It doesn't get... Well, that's kind of the thing about the Champions Chess Tour, though. Every matchup is super difficult. You don't get any easy matchups.
No, that's the same what happened to Hikaru. He lost the first match, and then instead of getting a weaker opponent, he actually got a stronger opponent because Alireza also lost his match against an underdog.
Yeah. Okay. We have a clarification in this game. Fabiano has managed to hold on to one of his pawns on the queen side, but Abdusattorov has 2 extra pawns in the middle. So then the question becomes, how do you win this?
Well, Abdusattorov also has a massive advantage on the clock. Not to forget about that.
Yeah. But the next couple of moves for Fabiano are very easy. And Abdusattorov needs to make a principled decision here whether or not he wants to push the pawns forward in the center.
Mm-hmm.
If he starts pushing the pawns forward, they may get weaker.
Mm-hmm. But what if he just brings the king?
I mean, that seems like the sensible thing to do.
Just do the same as Fabi. Don't waste time on the clock. Just bring your king.
Yeah, but
the
how
thing is,
far?
black pawns. Well, black pawns are weakened on the king side, so he can bring the king to e4 and then decide whether to go for the queen side or for the pawns on the king side.
Well, the thing is, here, if he went for the king to e4, the knight d5 is a trick trying to get a fork. Mm-hmm. So I'm actually liking what Norderbeck did here by trying to get his rook in a different situation.
And now if rook b7, then the knight on d5 cannot go anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So he's basically getting a more active version of his rook placement. And now bishop c4, I assume.
Great maneuvering by another back. Yeah, rook
Because
c4, and he cannot push the pawn further because it will be lost.
wait, rook. Wait,
Yeah,
what?
yeah. If b3, then he had rook b4 and he wins the pawn.
Ah, and if rook to b7 protecting, then after bishop g2, the rook cannot keep the protection of
Yeah.
both the knight and the pawn. That's brilliant.
And he also played it instantly. This kid is really something.
No, but now there's still a problem. After knight d5, if he now goes bishop g2 to attack the knight, then b3. No, this
And then
doesn't
rook
work.
a1 check and b1.
Yeah, no, but the bishop gets back.
Okay, yeah, this.
Okay, so bishop
It looked
g2
like
is
it was.
fine. Why is he thinking bishop g2 just wins the game?
No, I think rook to b8 here is even stronger.
Ah. He saw
And
one
then
way to win, but he said, no, 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 no. I'm going to see if I have something even better. And now that black pawn isn't even getting close to becoming a new queen. And the bishop will
no,
take
he's
out the
not giving him
knight.
any chances. And now bishop c4. Okay, king g2, then bishop c4, and
Well, we got to be careful. So now the rook is pointing in towards the king. I assume king
yeah,
g2.
king g2.
But then rook a2 will continue pointing in towards the white king.
And knight e3 is a threat.
Yeah. So if now the bishop tries to attack both the knight and the rook, then there's a
oops,
counter here that turns the tables completely, giving Fabiano a winning position.
Yeah, so maybe king f3 instead.
Yeah. The king just needs to get out of this rook's pressure.
So then
And
it's
then
still
you're
not
fine.
over after rook b2. Yeah.
No, it is over because then bishop c4 and rook b7. Suddenly, there's no way for black to defend on f7.
So he now plays rook c1, trying to prevent bishop c4. But then he can play, yeah, he can still play rook b5. And king d6 is probably only move. And then e4. And then he
Well,
wins the
there's
pawn.
also king e6. Okay, I thought this was easy some time ago, but it turns out chess is hard. And the opponents just, they don't stop fighting and they keep posing more tricky situations for you to solve. Bishop d3, okay, that seems sensible. The bishop is trying to trade off for the knight. Or no, maybe he's actually planning to go e4 to attack here. Both players now down to just, well, Fabiano is down to just 30 seconds. Abdusattorov not doing much better with 1 minute, 30 seconds. He, of course, does have the advantage of some extra pawns, though, in his favor.
Well, just one pawn, but soon will be two when he wins the pawn on b4.
Yeah, and that's a key point because if or when Abdusattorov manages to take this b4 pawn, then it's just completely over. But as long as it's only one pawn in white's favor, then this game has not been decided. And to be entirely honest, I don't see how that pawn gets captured anytime soon. Like, he's been working for quite some time now, trying to take the pawn. Okay, rook b7, I like this move. Forcing the king to step back so that the king is further away from its own pawn. And if
Then
the king steps
retrieve the
forward,
bishop.
then we have the chance to capture an f7 in the future.
Yeah, so he will retreat the bishop and then probably will push e4, e5.
Well, I think maybe bishop D. Ooh, bishop D1. Oh, that's brilliant.
And
Great,
bishop
great
d3.
play. Bishop coming in here, working together with the rook towards the f7 pawn. Great, great play. And then he manages to take out the b4 pawn, and he makes sure that the black rook cannot get on that second rank to attack the white king. Wow, that was really nice execution. He saw all the patterns he needed to see to figure out how the
Amazing.
pieces should work together. A great, great play from Abdusattorov.
And now he attacks the knight, and the next is rook f7,
Yeah,
rook d7, then rook f7, take on f6. And here Fabi resigns. It's
Fabi
over.
resigns the game. The knight has to move, and then the rook is doing another double attack on the king and on the pawn. Exquisite play from Abdusattorov, both in this game, also the previous white game he won. And frankly, I thought he played amazing in that third game as well. Just a completely deserved victory against one of the top players in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. In the previous game, he of course spoiled it a little bit with his very adventurous ideas. But nevertheless, in every game, there was no single game where Fabiano was more than maybe winning by 1 point, by one pawn. But even that is it was always very, very sharp positions where Abdusattorov came out on top, and he was posing much more threats and problems for Fabiano. And at some point, yeah, it was impossible to deal with it. And also the way he played openings was amazing. His preparation in the game one, in the game two, and frankly, all of them. The last game was the same as the second, and when Fabiano deviated from it, Abdusattorov still was prepared and still played amazingly.
But, well, thank you for that summation and congratulations to Abdusattorov. But we're not done for chess today because look at this endgame in the match between Jordan van Foreest and Dmitry Kollars. The score was 2-1 in van Foreest's favor. But right now, it looks like the Dutchman is about to lose. White has a pawn just 2 steps away from becoming a new queen. And if White wins this game, we will be tied at 2 wins each, which will lead us into an Armageddon tiebreaker to decide who makes
Yay!
it through to the winner's final.
Did I sound very enthusiastic? Yay!
A little bit.
Just when I thought that it's over and we can go home. No, this is far from over, and yeah, I of course feeling a bit tired, but at the same time, I was so impressed with the games by Dmitry Kollars, being a massive underdog in the entire tournament and every single match that he had, starting from Alireza and now with Jordan van Foreest. He is showing huge resilience, really great chess. Don't jinx it. It's very hard to jinx this position. It's really hard to jinx it because even the king cannot go to f8 due to a checkmate on h8. So,
Yeah, but
yeah,
the
this
black queen
position.
keeps giving checks on the king.
But the
And
king can
both
go to d7 and e8, no?
both players are down to just 30 seconds on the clock. And look at this move on the other side of the board. Van Foreest tried to give away one of his pawns so that he would have a free path on the side of the board. So I'm not sure
Yeah,
this
but
is over just yet. We're going to see a lot of checks from the black queen on the white king before we can declare a winner.
I'm surprised by the way that Jordan played a pawn move because he should be trying to get a draw here by repetition. So the longer they just move with the queen and the king, the more chance for him to get a repetition.
I
Because it will be
disagree because
automatically
he's very
declared.
close to getting a new queen himself. And look at the eval bar. The eval bar turns around completely, but there's only one move to save black. Queen d6, the only saving move, and he finds it.
Found
He
it!
finds the only saving move, which means that the white king cannot get off the d8 square, which in turn means that the white pawn is unable to go further forward to become a new queen. And look at that pawn move you criticized, Maria. That pawn move is now making sure that the white queen is busy making sure that there's no new black queen arising in this position, which means that the black queen in return will be able to give checks on the white king now that the white queen is unable to block. What?
I am criticizing not g5, by the way. I criticize that Dmitry went with the king to the wrong side.
Okay, but now this game is going to be a draw. Incredible
It is going to be
defensive
a draw.
effort by Jordan van Foreest. And he's going to make it through to the winner's final against Abdusattorov tomorrow. Of course, we will be following that. But yeah, now
he's winning.
A draw. Well, he was winning, but a draw is enough. A draw has been confirmed. Devastating for Dmitry Kollars, who was so close, winning with the black pieces.
Chat.
Winning
chat.
with the black
Yes,
pieces, yeah.
I did jinx it. It's my fault.
Well, I jinxed it yesterday, so it makes us even for the tournament. It'll be my turn next time.
All right, we will be passing the ball.
But
I thought he was saving it. I mean, he was running away with the king.
Yeah. No, I mean, but queen endgames are so tricky. I hate queen endings because you always have to calculate the opponent giving checks on your king non-stop, and they just never stop checking your king. And in this case, that is the strategy that managed to save Van Foreest. And Van Foreest now makes it through to the winner's final against Abdusattorov. Both Van Foreest and Abdusattorov is now qualified to the next Champions Chess Tour. And that is quite critical because there's a lot of great players who are not qualified. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So. Like, the qualifier to the next Champions Chess Tour is going to be wild. And so for Van Foreest and Abdusattorov to secure their place in the next one by getting a top 3 placement is absolutely huge. Anything else you want to add?
No, it was an incredible day of really exciting chess. Looking forward to tomorrow's matches. And yeah, try to not to jinx anyone anymore. But yeah, whom are you mostly looking forward to watch tomorrow?
Abdusattorov, no doubt. I was so impressed with him today. He just played amazing chess. And he played aggressive chess and fearless chess. And you know, I'm really intrigued by this kid. I think he's gonna be. I try not to kind of hype the youngsters, but this guy is already a literal world champion. He won the World Rapid Championship at age 17, ahead of Magnus Carlsen, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Hikaru Nakamura, like in front of everyone at 17. And at that point, he was a newcomer, a new name, but now he's established himself among the best, and he's playing such amazing chess, defeating Caruana today in style. I'm really looking forward to seeing more of his games tomorrow. And tomorrow will be against Jordan van Foreest, the escape artist of this last game we saw. And with that, we're going to wrap up today's coverage from the ChessKid Cup. I do want to remind everyone that Hikaru will be streaming the late Title Tuesday tournament. which I believe starts in an hour.
In 1 hour, yeah.
1 hour. Okay. So Hikaru will be on Twitch in 1 hour to play the title Tuesday. Stay tuned for that. Come back tomorrow as we have more action from the ChessKid Cup. I've been Jon Ludwig Hammer together with Maria Emilianova, and we hope to see you again tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.